Twice in a month, I think, right? I've always seen my Felix. Yes, it is. How are you, Felix? Nice to see you. It's always a pleasure.
Janet? Well, how are you?
What up?
I understand. Yeah. You get pointed in a direction, you go in that direction.
Yeah.
I get pointed in another one tomorrow.
Yeah, that's life.
Steven? Huh? Now that's just.
Yeah, I think the bride side and the side.
Great.
It's you all dressed up. Love it.
Maybe think.
Oh, yeah.
But no, I think we're gonna go through, it's gonna be after
Are we waiting? Where's our time? Sure.
We're ready for it? I love the energy. I love all the gold buttons. I know.
See,
Oh, Carl's here.
good, how are you?
They go from silver to gold.
Sit here.
You have to look at this, it's about the stripes and the hats. So the hat color, and then you see what's on the hook, so like chief area has
Yeah.
all that, so that should be on that, so you can see. So, whenever you see a white hat.
All these ways past.
Right, and then if you put the stripes on the arms, then I think the red on it. Signifies. States, or, you know, military
Yeah, yeah,
service.
Oh, yeah, I see it. You got red on. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes, most.
She's got a lot.
Yes.
I can't see it.
Yeah. We'll give it back. Promise.
In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that a notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board in Town Hall and forwarding to the officially designated newspapers that this meeting would take place at Town Hall at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, October 5th,
Okay.
2021. Meeting details and the draft agenda were also posted on our township website. Please all stand to salute the flag. Let's come on. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Miss Miggins,
Here.
Miss Eglo,
Here.
Mr. Vinayak,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Here.
Mayor Prupus. Thank you.
We are going to move on to the proclamation tonight. So I kindly request that the following staff members please stand, or we're going to call your name and come to the front. And so this is for. Thank you. For their service to the community during Hurricane Ida and thereafter, I invite Chief Echeverria to address the committee. And please stand. Battalion Chief Pisano. Battalion Chief Quirk. Battalion Chief Cunningham. Fire Captain Lynn. Fire Captain Reyes. Fire Captain Pershin. Fire Captain Beatty. Firefighter Roth. Firefighter Rios. Firefighter McHugh. Firefighter Adubato. Firefighter Slavin. Firefighter Carval Asario. Firefighter Toro. Firefighter McGuire. Firefighter Perello. Firefighter Arn Hammer. Firefighter Infantini. DPW John Callis. DPW Michael Giambattista. DPW Emil De Loreto. And DPW Jay Labar. Whereas the Millburn Township Committee values the hard work, dedication, and courage of our Millburn Township firefighters and police, and recognizes those who have performed outstanding service for our community. And whereas our Millburn Township firefighters protect us from harm and keep our community safe every single day, and the township appreciates these noble individuals and acknowledges that others like them will continue to unselfishly make sacrifices in order to safeguard that which we hold dear. And whereas on September 1st, 2021, the Millburn Township Fire Department were dispatched to 650 calls for service, with many of them reporting trapped residents, employees, and stranded motorists due to 7.94 inches of rain, causing perilous and life-threatening situations throughout the Millburn Township. And whereas under the command of Fire Chief Robert Echeverria, Millburn firefighters alongside Millburn Department of Public Works, utilizing front-end loaders, fire apparatus, boat, and vehicles, reached and rescued approximately 100 victims from the remnants of Tropical Storm Ida. This fast-paced, life-threatening flash flooding caused extreme damage to property and endangered many lives. Were saved because of the heroic actions, hard work, dedication, and teamwork by the firefighters and the public work employees, working in an immediate hazardous environment. And whereas without regard for their own personal safety, the Millburn Township first responders assisted in the heroic and successful rescue of many residents, employees, and stranded motorists from a very dangerous situation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Township Committee of the Township of Millburn and on behalf of Millburn Township residents, on this 5th day of October 2021, recognize Battalion Chief Pisano, Battalion Chief Cork, Battalion Chief Cunningham, Fire Captain Lynn, Fire Captain Reyes, Fire Captain Persian, Fire Captain Beatty, Firefighter Roth, Firefighter Rios, Firefighter McHugh, Firefighter Abudato, Firefighter Slavin, Firefighter Carvalho Asiorio, Firefighter Toro, Firefighter McGuire, Firefighter Perello, Firefighter Arun Hammer, Firefighter Infantini, DPW John Collis, DPW Michael Giambattista, DPW Emil De Loreto, and DPW Jay Labar, who all assisted in the successful rescue, and extend our appreciation that they so rightly deserve for their selfless and heroic acts in the assistance assistance in protecting of many lives. Thank you. Chief, would you like to say a few words?
Please, thank you. I wanted to take time out and thank our Mayor, Tara Prupus, Deputy Mayor Wasserman, the Township Committee members for the continued support of the fire department and the special recognition of our firefighters and Department of Public Works employees. In addition, a special shout out to Alex McDonald, Jesse Molman, Christine Gotti, who answered frantic phone calls from residents with me until the early hours of September 1st. Tonight is about the great efforts that our heroic firefighters and DPW staff have made. I appreciate your hard work and dedication to the department and the community. Therefore, it is profound pleasure and pride that we honor the Millburn firefighters and public work employees with the Millburn Fire Department's Life Saving Award. Therefore, Local 32 members and DPW actions qualify them for this life-saving award, bestow the department's and township appreciation upon them. Congratulations.
Thank you. And now we're going to take a 5-minute recess. So everyone who would like to leave the room, you can leave the room. And thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
Break.
I know, I just took mine off for a second. I was like, I can't breathe.
Thank you.
I can't breathe.
Thank you.
I can't breathe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had my son, I heard the son on my lawn.
I know. I was having so much fun with that. How are you? Hello. Someone else is sitting on good, you? Surprise. She's like, that's.
Tell your husband I said.
I will. He's probably watching.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. It should. Why is this light not working?
Yeah.
Where's the sensor?
Agenda. You're going to try to change the agenda.
Well, we're not gonna change it. We may.
Unless somebody hit a switch. Someone leaning against the wall.
You don't
Stuff it outside.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm not talking back. I know it's on camera. Amazing. Oh, Kit, do you need me? Okay. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
May I have a second? Oh,
Second.
second. All those in favor? Aye. May I, oh, sorry, that's what you did. Sorry. Mr. McDonald, are we gonna get to put the lights on or should we just accept it?
I think there's something wrong with the sensor. There's no longer any light switches in here.
Okay,
DPW will have to take a look.
We'll keep going. We will keep going as we always do. May I have a motion to approve the June 23rd, 2021 Special Township Committee minutes?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
May I have a motion to approve the July 13th, 2021 regular Township Committee minutes?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. May I have a motion to approve the July 13th, 2021 Special Township Committee minutes?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're moving on to reports. Committeewoman Eglo, do you have any reports for tonight?
Not tonight, Mayor.
Okay, Committeewoman Megan, do you have any reports for tonight?
I, just one little note in reference to the library. Officially today, 200 Glen Avenue, where our library is, will be closing. And they'll be closed to the public with no library service on Wednesday and Thursday of this week. And on Friday, 10/8 at 1 p.m.,
they will have a soft opening of their temporary site at the old Annie Says building. So right now, they're in the midst of moving things from our regular library to their new pop-up library. So just, I wanted everyone to be aware of it, that they will be closed for 2 days and then soft opening on Friday. And not to forget as well that although the library will be closed at the normal place and at the open on Annie Says, voting will still take place at the old library in November. That's all I have.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman, do you have any reports for tonight?
Yes, Mayor. So we're celebrating Millburn with the Mud Ball. This is a fundraiser for our merchants. It's a continuation of fundraiser. It is on October 16th from 5 to 8 p.m. It's really going to be a lot of fun. This is going to benefit our merchants, and it would be great if the whole town comes to it. And you'll see the signs around the township for them. Also, for Explore Millburn, we want you to join us for a special merchant mixer on Monday, October 25th, from 5 to 7 p.m. at Jack's Lobster Shack, which is at 504 Millburn Avenue. This is something else that will be a lot of fun. And finally, Taste Buddy is having their grand opening on October 12th, which is 515A Millburn Avenue. And this would be also a great event. And all of these things are supporting our merchants and in our township. So please come out, have some fun, and support our merchants.
Great, thank you. Committeeman Vinayak, do you have any reports for tonight?
No report, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Falcon, do you have any reports for tonight?
Briefly. The settlement agreement that was entered into in connection with the affordable housing litigation. The settlement agreement, which was entered into in connection with the affordable housing litigation, requires a number of things to be done by the Township Committee. Two of them are the adoption of ordinances to control the development of two of the sites, the Woodmont site and the former Annie Says site, for inclusionary projects. The special master has had several mediations over the last couple of weeks. Those mediations have resulted in the ordinances which are before you tonight. And I could say with some sense of surety that there will be amendments as time goes along, as things develop. But I think these are two solid ordinances to begin the process. They're being done on time in accordance with the settlement agreement, and you'll take them up later.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McDonald, do you have any reports for tonight?
Yes, Mayor, just a few brief reports. First, I would just like to sort of echo the presentation that just took place for the fire department and public works employees on September 1st. And while not receiving accommodations tonight, I'd just be remiss not to say how much the police department did that evening as well, and especially their work on JFK, in which 25 people were put into the headquarters of New Jersey American Water. I think it was just, again, a great response by all of our employees. I'm very proud of all of them and the work that they did, and certainly, very proud of what occurred after that, and in particular with the community. But I just wanted to state that. Three real quick reports. The township currently uses a messaging system called Swift 911. Now, Jesse, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I don't know if there's the ability to bring that up on our township website while I speak a little bit about it. Swift 911 is our reverse messaging system to Millburn Township residents. And these messages range from newsletter topics to emergency alerts to road closures and different things like that. We utilize this quite a bit, generally through email, but also it can be done through phone calls directly to residents. Many of you received the Friday reminder from the police chief to lock your cars and take out your belongings. I will say that just this past month in September, the township had experienced 15 car burglaries. Not car thefts, but car burglaries in which people will go into your car and take the things out of your car, which mean, and in most of those cases, they're unlocked. So I know at times that Friday phone call can be a little bit aggravating, but it is necessitated by the fact that we still see high numbers as a result of unlocked cars in the neighborhoods. And so we utilize Swift 911 for a wide range of things, and it can easily be signed up for on the township's website, most easily by going into the search bar and searching for Swift 911. And that will pop up in how to sign up for that. It's an important communication tool that we utilize, and we just encourage everybody to go on the township website, you search for Swift 911 and sign up for it. With that being said, the township is also in the process of changing over to Rave Mobile, which is another Swift type 911. They actually own Swift 911, and we're just changing platforms. So it'll be an easy transition. So even if you do sign up for Swift 911, which again, we encourage you to do so, you'll receive an email from Rave Mobile when that transition starts to take place. And you'll be able to sign up very quickly through that email, transitioning our residents over to Rave Mobile, which is a more robust platform and sort of easier on the eyes when it comes to aesthetics. Also, just wanted to remind residents, and I apologize, Mayor, if I'm stealing one of your reports, but the Tour de Millburn is on October 17th. We have 3 rides. We have over 421 participants. It's going to be an awesome day. We are pleased to have that many participants. We have a 15-mile ride, a 7-mile ride, and a 2-mile ride. And we will have, certainly a lot of people in and around the downtown area, in and around all the areas, actually, as they do ride through some of the Glenwood section and Upper Millburn Avenue. We're happy that we were able to have some sponsorship from the Environmental Commission, as well as Cycle Bar, who will be sponsoring the start line this year. So very pleased with the progress of that event. Lastly, I wanted to provide a brief update to the Township Committee with regard to crossing guards, and for the community as well. As you know, the Township Committee and the Township moved forward with the privatization of crossing guards in July, at which time the crossing guard company, All City Management, was tasked with starting to hire crossing guards for a school starting a month and a half later. At that time, we met with all of the current crossing guards, and we told them that they were all entitled to their job at their same rate of pay. However, at that time, of the 29 crossing guards that we had at the end of last school year, 14 of them had decided to move on. ACMS immediately got to hiring through a professional process and a rigorous process, actually, for crossing guards, in which they actually do background checks. They test them, make them be able to walk in a certain way and step over a curb, and for their own safety and for the safety of the children. And we're able to get up to a number at this point where we are currently at 31 crossing guards, which is more than we had at the end of last year. That is still not the full complement, and I understand that there's been some consternation throughout the community about that. However, I will tell you that most of the positions that remain open are where we actually as a community have 2 crossing guards at a crosswalk, with the exception of Great Hills and Troy Drive, as well as Old Short Hills Road and Talbot Court, which are lightly utilized crossings. The crossing guards that are not present at other schools are where we have doubled up. For instance, there is no second crossing guard at Spring and Spring. There is no second crossing guard at Mountain View and Southern Slope. There is no second crossing guard at Addison and White Oak Ridge Road, and there is no second crossing guard at Hartshorn and Falmouth. So of the missing spots, 2 are without a crossing guard altogether. Another 4 are where we actually still have a crossing guard. However, we have always had 2 in those locations. And they tend to act as a floater or a backup to those schools, just in the event that somebody does call out. So, I've spoken directly with the area manager And I've also we'll be setting up a meeting now that we've completed our first month with ACMS to discuss with them. And I just also like to assure the township committee as well as the public, as I've seen some of the conversation, the township will not pay for anything or anybody that were not posted or utilized as a result of the contract. So I just wanted to provide that update to everybody.
Great, thank you.
Question.
Yeah.
Mr. McDonald, there is Swift 911 gives you or provides you road closures and things like that. I am enrolled in there too. What about the township committee meeting and the agenda? Is there some kind of service that also provides you, or you have to go
No.
online and get it?
No, I mean, that's a very good question, Committeeman. Thank you. On the township website, there is something called Notify Me, in which you can sign up on the township's website at Notify Me, and you can pick what you would like to know when it's happening. In other words, if the agenda is posted, you can be notified that the agenda is posted. If the minutes are posted, you can be notified that the minutes are posted. If there's a new news feed, you can be notified of that as well. But you have to go on the township website and use Notify Me.
Thank you.
I also have one question. Alex, I had a couple residents call me this morning. They wanted clarity in terms of if they had noise complaints, if there were certain complaints that they had around the township. I suggested that they go to the website, but could you just clarify, where do our residents go aside from, picking up the phone to, I don't know, call the non-emergency number? Could you just clarify where residents go to enter a complaint? It could be about noise. It could be about, a sidewalk crack or.
Yeah. So I think noise is a bit different because generally noise is complained about when it's impacting your quality of life, enjoyment of your own home and property. And if that is the case, then the quickest solution is to dial the non-emergency number for the police department at 973-564-7001. But to your point, Committeeman, Deputy Mayor Wasserman, is that we do have on our township website a portal called SDL. Actually, on the homepage, it is concerns, report a concern, in which you can go onto the township website and report whether you see a raised sidewalk, a dangerous situation, or property maintenance issue, or things like that. I encourage everyone to utilize this system. It acts as a tracking system. It also makes sure that the complaint gets to the correct department. It also makes sure that there's follow through and also some backup to what the township and the actions that the township is taking. So if you have a complaint or concern, use the SDL portal on the township's website to make those complaints.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I had the pleasure of talking to some residents this weekend with Committeeman Vinayak, and this is where this all originated from, because we were talking about all the things that are going on in town, and some people out there don't know what we're doing here. So I just think it's important, and we will continue to push out the information about Swift 911 and Notify Me and the SDL portal so that people can be aware of all the things that we are discussing and doing in the township, because we are doing so much work and we are doing a lot of initiatives, and we want that to be as open and transparent as possible. And it is, but people have to opt in to participate. So the invitation to participate is being extended. So thank you for that, Mr. McDonald. Can you also speak to the next steps from the information session last Tuesday about IDA and how just some of the conversation we've had in terms of we're going to visit with the residents on Bridgewood tomorrow, and just let people know an update so that they know that we've been, since that conversation that took place last Tuesday with you and John Rushke from Mott McDonald, what we've been talking about.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, last Tuesday, we held a information session on flood mitigation and sort of the history and various things that occurred on September 1st. We received a lot of really good questions and concern and input from the township residents. And I think one of the most important parts as you kind of go through this now are those next steps. What are you exploring? What are you looking at? In terms of mitigation efforts, in terms of education, outreach, things like that. So with that, we are going to start looking at various projects, whether those projects had been abandoned in the past for, certain reasons and clear and good reasons, it may make sense to pick some of those up and begin to evaluate their feasibility once more. So at this point, we are going to start meeting with some residents, some of the areas in particular that had been identified in previous storms, but also we've had conversations with them following Ida. These include Greenwood and Locust and Ridgewood. Those areas that have, depressed backyards and may need, may have some viable projects that can be done there. We've also started to have conversations, and one of those was last night with Fawn McGee from DEP Blue Acres regarding some other programs that may be available to residents that may wish to take a different approach to the situation. And so we had an information session for interested residents on Blue Acres last night, I think, which was well attended, went on for approximately 2 hours and was very informative. The township was also in the process of meeting with the New Jersey Department of New Jersey Office of Emergency Management, who actually oversees several things under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, including home raising and other various programs. So we'll be having those conversations also. So there's a lot of work currently going on, a lot of exploration that needs to be done, but next steps are in process right now.
Great, thank you. So I do have quite a number of things to report on tonight. And I'm also very mindful that we have a presentation and a number of our merchants tonight who are part of that presentation. And so I'm going to let that presentation happen, then we'll come back to my reports. So Mr. Grillo, please. And Mr. Grillo is the Executive Director of the Special Improvement District, Explore Millburn Short Hills, and he is going to present to us tonight. Good
Thank you,
evening.
Mayor, members of the committee. I appreciate your invitation this evening, and on behalf of the Explore Millburn Short Hills Board of Directors, we thank you for your ongoing support. Obviously, it's never been more important than over the last 35 days. And everyone's had a job to do over the last month, but the gentlemen that were here earlier from fire and DPW and the police risked their lives that night, and we're entirely indebted to them. It was really wonderful. And thank you so much to all the volunteers that came out thereafter. So I'm going to give you a brief presentation on the last 5 months of work. That 5 months is the period that I've been here as Executive Director. And I want to talk about some of our accomplishments, as well as just inform the public and you as well about the internal operations of the organization. So Jesse, if you would. So we're just going to discuss the background, the operations, as well as our accomplishments and future plans. And if you move to the next slide, Jesse, can you make it full screen if possible? We have some images. So what is a special improvement district? It's a private not-for-profit organization. We are a 501c3. So we're separate and apart from the township, and I'll get into the organizational structure in a moment. But property owners and or businesses, if there's a pass-through tax, pay a special assessment for supplemental services. That can be branding, marketing, networking, mixers like the Deputy Mayor mentioned earlier. And our goal really is to serve as a liaison between businesses and the governing body, as we will tonight. The SID is funded through what's called a special assessment. So it's an additional tax over your property taxes. And the way it works is that each property is assigned a specific value based on the assessed value of the property and some other permutations that we put through. And then when all of those are combined, that creates the annual budget for the organization. This year and next year will be at $204,000 plus some other items. And so I'll go through that in a moment as well. But that's what makes a special improvement district special. We are separate and apart from any specific business district. There's a specific designation. If you go to the next slide, Jesse. So as I mentioned, the organizational structure. So the Township Committee last year created the ordinance that created Explore Millburn. You appoint the board, you approve our budget that we recommend, and you appoint our board that we recommend to you. Then general operating is brought to the SID Board of Directors, Board of Trustees. Those folks, there's 9 of them. They meet on a monthly basis. Richard is the Township Committee liaison. And they're a wonderful group that is really dedicated to the economic development of this community. And then my job and our Director of Marketing, Marla Iskin, we are charged with day-to-day operations and interfacing with the wonderful businesses in our community. But most importantly, we are, in the end, all of us are responsible to the businesses, the property owners, and the residents, all of whom play a role, especially financially, in supporting the SID. And so really this is different than most business operations. This is a bottom-up, shall you say. We work in order to make sure that we're meeting the needs, demands, and requests of the business community. So we have a unique special improvement district to most people. We have 5 non-contiguous districts, as you see on the map here. We go from Morris Turnpike at Short Hills all the way over to the Wyoming district. And we have Short Hill Station, downtown Millburn, and Upper Millburn Avenue. Those 5 districts each require their own type of management. And that's probably the most interesting challenge of my job, which is basically running 5 SIDs at once. And so there is a lot of overlap. There is a lot of integration, but they do require their own independent management. As you see from the stats here, we have 358 total storefronts. 322 of them are currently occupied. So we have about a 10% vacancy rate. That's fairly high for a district in this region. Mainly that's because of Upper Millburn Avenue, which is the anomaly. There's about a 20% vacancy rate on Upper Millburn Avenue. There's a number of factors that I presented to the board about how we can A, understand that, and B, address that. But I think as time goes on, the development on Upper Millburn Avenue, the large residential piece happens, then those units will be occupied. And then we have 548 total businesses, which is quite a bit in terms of management. It's the largest SID I've ever run, and I've been doing this for over 10 years. And there are portions of the town that are not currently within the SID boundaries. And there's been some discussions about how those businesses can be assisted. And the Mud Ball is a good example. I've worked with the organizers where a portion of the proceeds are going to go to businesses that are not within the SID. And so we're very excited to have that type of relationship with our community. And just as a note, in 5 months, approximately 400 businesses out of the 550 nearly have received some type of direct benefit from the SID. That's attending events, that's applying for grants, that's attending webinars. And so there's a whole host of things that we try to do because some businesses need day-to-day help. Some will only call you once a year, but it really is about responding to those needs. Go to the next slide, Jesse. Just quickly, our mission statement really is about creating visibility and improving the infrastructure and the economic development future of the town. And so we have some overall goals. And as I mentioned, it's strengthening existing businesses and attracting new businesses, serving as a guide, for getting those businesses up and running, especially when they come to town, to understand some of the regulatory hurdles, advancing unique planning and placemaking projects, and certainly getting the funding to do that, whether that's from the SID assessment or from external funds. And then supporting these districts, really, as I mentioned, as 5 independent entities all working together. And so why is it so important that we have a SID today, here and now? If you look at the map in the right inset, the vast majority of SIDs within the state of New Jersey are located in Union, Essex, and Bergen County. And so it's about regional competitiveness, right? We all know about Summit and Maplewood and Cranford and Westfield, and we need to be in that ilk. We need to be, as Millburn, known as a town with a highly functioning SID, where there's a variety of different services issued. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our marketing later on, and you'll see actually how just in 5 short months, we've really grown our regional spread. Mentioning again the budget, this year we're operating with a budget of about $216,000. The township pays that entire fee this year, but next year is the first year that our assessment will go into place. So property owners and potentially their tenants will be paying towards the $204,000 assessment. And then the town is contributing to half of my salary. So what we're ending up with is about a $270,000 budget, which really is where we should be as an organization and as a town. And I'm really looking forward to that. And we'll certainly see as I go through my presentation about some of the plans we have for next year. So the progress report. Jesse, if you'd move again. So it has been a busy 5 months. We hired an executive director for the first time, myself. We've had over 40 shows in 3 different districts for our live music program, which has been a massive hit. I think you ask anybody in the crowd, everybody knows about the live music. It's really been a success for us. We did flex parking support. I was tasked by the mayor and the committee with really working on the communications outreach for that project. And I think it was our first real communications challenge. And it went very, very well. I think that overall we had a very smooth project, both because of Alex and Jesse and their team, but also our ability to communicate with the merchants on a daily basis. We received our 501c3 designation as a not-for-profit from the IRS. That enabled us to receive funds related to Hurricane Ida, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We've hosted multiple events and mixers, and then of course, September 1st was the day that changed everything for our organization and for this community. But as I'll show at the conclusion of my presentation, I think it really strengthened our ability to do things and show what this SID can do when tasked with something very challenging. And so the guide for the remainder of this presentation is the critical strategies, and there's 4 of them that we focus on. So marketing, branding, and placemaking, that's about multimedia efforts. That's about creating strategic partnerships and capital projects and studies. We actually, I'll talk about those in a few minutes, but we did a parking study for the downtown. We've performed our vacancy study and a whole host of other things. In terms of planning and events, we are really focused on high quality, diverse, value-added events that are focused on business development. We have a great community. We have a great world of volunteers who do wonderful community events, but we are focused as Explore on business development oriented events. And so there's a little bit of a difference, and that's why it's important to understand why a SID is different than sometimes other volunteer organizations or other community groups. In terms of bylaws and governance, this is the most important thing for me. Good governance procedures for long-term organizational health. That includes nonprofit and municipal compliance, fiscal responsibility, and being able to secure and manage grants. And then finally, business advocacy, which is serving as an advocate and a support system to reduce commercial vacancies, create relationships with new and existing businesses and property owners, and try to attract new businesses to our community. And so I'm just going to buzz through those 4 topics quickly, but just to give you guys an overview. In terms of marketing, branding, and placemaking, this year we've expanded and/or launched our Facebook, our Instagram, a LinkedIn, a new website, and our weekend warm-up, which is a great newsletter that goes out every Thursday. We launched a YouTube channel that has our Meet the Merchants commercial series. We've filmed 17 of those with small businesses thus far. And so they're all on YouTube. They're shareable, and it's been a real hit for us. And then I've got good news about something happening this week. We have 66 street pole banners that are going up in each district. Those will go up on Thursday, and they'll replace some of the older faded banners that the DMDA did a number of years ago. We'll take those down, replace them, and each one will be branded to a particular neighborhood, and you'll see an image of that shortly. We're also working on a gift card program. It's something we're calling Small Business Season. We're not just Small Business Saturday. We're going to focus on promoting businesses from Thanksgiving to New Year's, and we have a couple of different strategies for that. And then next week, we're going to be doing a beautification project on Morris Turnpike. We're going to be removing some of the grass that is kind of patchy and spotty between the street and the sidewalk, ripping up some asphalt that's broken. We'll be planting grass, putting up flowers and planters, which we branded. It'll look really, really sharp, and I think it'll be a great way for us to attract drivers that are passing through the town. You go to the next slide. These are just a couple of images. I do want to just point your attention to our Instagram screenshot there. You see we have about 1,400 followers. 62.5% of them are not from Millburn Short Hills. So 2/3 of the people that follow us are from other places in the region. And that is my point about regional significance. We want them to come to our community, spend money here, consider opening a business here. And so to me, that's a really positive indicator. Additionally, I saw this today. In the last 30 days, we've had 78,000 impressions on our Instagram page alone. We are getting great traction on our social media, mainly because I'm sharing the material from these great folks who put it out there for me. Some of my favorites, I love those A-frame signs downtown. There's 4 of them. We'll get more of them. We donated 10 A-frame signs to small businesses earlier this year using our budget. And then those are what the banners are going to look like when they are installed. Each one has its own color, its own neighborhood name, and then any future marketing or branding will match that color scheme and that name. So it's all going to be integrated into one larger town plan. In terms of planning and events, we've done, as I mentioned, over 40 shows in the closure and other parts of town. We've activated the Taylor Park entrance on Millburn Avenue. We actually just had a jazz musician there this weekend. I think it's our 4th or 5th show we've done over there. So trying to bounce that around. I had games out on Main Street this summer. They went away with everything else in the hurricane. I thought I stored them well, but I did not. And then we just had a couple of other events on Morris Turnpike, Upper Millburn Avenue a few weeks ago. And those have all been really well attended. There's been some really great energy. We have a number of mixers coming up, as the deputy mayor mentioned, a couple of weeks for Upper Millburn Avenue and Short Hill Station. And then looking at next year, some innovative ideas, potentially a Mother's Day health and wellness crawl, incorporating the probably 100+ businesses in this town that are focused on health, wellness, and beauty. A Father's Day beer garden. I'm going to be a little selfish because I'm a dad and I like beer. So I'll set that up for myself. And then thinking about some other things like a downtown volunteer cleanup program, and trying to get people out, as these volunteers did, thinking about cleaning up some of the areas around town. Some photos. You've all probably either attended an event or seen the live music, but just really a great community engagement. And that's why we've seen those 400+ businesses involved. Next slide, Jesse. So the most boring, but the most important is bylaws and governance. But we're fully staffed. We have myself and our marketing director. We have hired an attorney who attends our meetings, responds to Oprah requests. We have streamlined our monthly budget, and that is super transparent. If you want to see every penny spent by the CID, just come to our board meeting. It's all there in a spreadsheet, and I'm very proud of that. And as I mentioned, we did secure our 501c3 designation, which was no small feat. We are hosting a board training in December, which I'm really excited about. We're going to not just talk about operating as a board in terms of personalities and engagement with the community, but drilling down into Oprah and financial responsibilities and banking responsibilities, because that is really important for us as we think about long-term health. And then next year, we'll be applying again for the Main Street, New Jersey program, where I expect it will be accepted, which will be a wonderful thing for this community and open up some additional funding opportunities. In terms of business advocacy, we have been very, very active. The Explore Refresh Storefront Grant Program was meant to be sort of a COVID recovery program to help beautify certain storefronts in town. We issued 9 grants for $8,500 to different small businesses. We've performed that curb efficiency assessment that I mentioned that's currently being evaluated by the committee and certain subcommittees. And then I'm thinking about some other things later on this year, meeting with property owners and real estate brokers and trying to integrate that part of the business community away from necessarily the retail where you see a lot of presence. But there's also other parts of the community that can really give me great insight into the trajectory of the future of this community. And so we're going to start those programs as well. We'll be expanding our website to try to have an open jobs board and grant opportunities, also allowing business owners to use us as a resource. Again, with the business advocacy, we have a great community. It's a community that wants to engage. It's a community that wants to be interconnected, I think is the best word. And so there's ribbon cuttings and promo videos and social media and events. And these are just a few of them, but it's been an absolute pleasure over the last 5 months to work with the 500+ businesses that we do have in our community. And then there's Hurricane Ida. And so I want to end on this note because there are a number of folks here tonight who want to share their stories. And I don't think there's any better forum for them to do that than to the committee, which has been so supportive of the work we've been doing. But I do think it's important that you hear from the business owners what they've been experiencing. But because you had a sit in place, we were able to be exceptionally reactionary and nimble the day after. And so within 16 hours of the storm, we had distributed all the information that the town wanted to over 100 businesses. We created a donation page within 24 hours. And as of today, we've raised $140,000. That $140,000 is intended to go to 70 different applicants who've applied for over $400,000 in grant funding. That is why tonight you may potentially take action on an appropriation of $220,000. I have run out of money. I've been able to serve 32 businesses with $137,500. Many of them are in the room today. And we need additional funds to keep this project going. There are still about 30 businesses that have received zero funding because we simply don't have access to it yet. But something that I thought was interesting, I looked at the numbers, 53% of the businesses that received grants already, right, just the 32, are women or minority owned, which I think is really a great step for us as a community to see that type of diversity and ownership, but also that they're engaging with the CIT. And especially a lot of those are not native English speakers, but we've had a series of webinars. We've had navigators who volunteered their time. I believe one of them is here tonight. And we've really been able to engage actively with the community and try to create as many potential resources as possible. As I mentioned, or as the deputy mayor mentioned, the mud ball is October 16th. Hopefully that will be a bit of a resurrection of sorts. That street was covered in mud and water a month and a half prior, but we're going to have a wonderful fashion show and Taste of Millburn, and a number of restaurants and local businesses are participating. So with that, that is the end of my presentation. I would, if you would, Mayor, indulge me, there are a number of folks here that would like to share their experiences. And I know you have a busy agenda, but if you could spare a few moments, it would be greatly appreciated.
I think it's really important, and I more than welcome the business community to come up and speak. I would like to make one comment. Steve, thank you for all the work that you have done in these past 5 months. When we first had a conversation, I said, Steve, all I want to hear from the business community, I want people to come up to me and say, thank you. Thank you for putting the sit together. Steve's awesome. That's all I want to hear. And I've heard so much of that. So thank you. I also want to say thank you to Deputy Mayor Wasserman and former Mayor Benjamin Lieberberg, who had the foresight and the tenacity and the strength in incredible opposition last year in this room to go ahead and create the SID. Because had we not had the SID, like as you said, already in place, none of this would have been possible. And that's what we learned from COVID. I mean, that's why we did this, because we didn't have a mechanism to help our businesses during COVID. So thank you for the full committee who's been supporting this. Thank you. I don't know if anybody else on the committee wants to say anything before the merchants, but
I just want to thank Steve also. I even got kind of choked up because, Mayor Jackie and I met Steve, and we looked at each other and we said to each other, we have to have this gentleman. He has to be in Millburn. He's excellent and we need him. And it was for a host of reasons, but we knew the second we met you that we needed you here. And I'm just proud to be part of it. And I want to thank you from really. And when Ida hit, to see Steve go into every storefront, we're here, we're helping you. We're going to try to raise money. It's not over. We're going to try to help. And to see that, I was really very touching. And just thank you for all of your work.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sending you. Appreciation. Thank you so much. Love your passion. Love you being very, very humble. And it's just excellent to see you out there. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
My
So,
pleasure.
I'll just echo that. Thank you, welcome. And if I was one of the people who was hesitant, I am not hesitant. And I say that with true sincerity.
Yes.
It came at a very bad time, and the foresight that others had that maybe I didn't, I can say that we're right. And we are incredibly lucky and incredibly thankful that you are now at the helm. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
I
That's
forgot I
enough
have
of
a
me.
thing about,
Thank you all.
I'm supposed to not allow clapping in the room. There was so much clapping tonight. Okay, anyway, I tried to be fair and hold the rules to everybody. So that being said, would you like to?
The floor is theirs.
Okay.
Whoever wants to come up.
We are, did you want to say something?
No, I know that there's some merchants here that will want
Yeah.
to speak out.
Oh, got it. But we are going to, because there are a lot of people in the room, we are going to time you and ask that you be respectful and abide by our 3-minute comment time limit. Okay. And please say your name and what business you have. And Fedel and Fair.
No, that's my cousin.
Amanda's your cousin? Right. No, that's what I mean. I love
Oh,
Amanda.
it's like, no, that's not me.
No, but I know Fedel.
Sorry. Yeah, I am going to be quick because I do have an 8-year-old at home that is going to fight if I don't get there to go to sleep. I'm Danielle DiCostello. I own Bella Organici Skin Bar. I have only been here, next month will be a year. I also live in Cranford. So in Ida, my basement flooded 12 inches. My business flooded 4 feet, destroying $22,000 in machines that I have because I do skincare. And I just want to say that since being here, coming from Cranford, I have another business in Cranford. So I know how SIDS work and what they're supposed to do. And Steve is doing an excellent job. I think it's amazing the events he's done, how quick he is to help us and things like that. We do need the grant money because, so for the last month, that's why I look like this. I've been cleaning, doing things, dealing with FEMA, dealing with SBA, like trying to get up and running. Steve was the one that actually found me a temporary space, 533 Upper Millburn Avenue. I will be seeing my first 2 Millburn clients this Thursday after a month plus of not being in work. I have 1 child in college, 1 child in 3rd grade. So no, when I don't have a salary, I need to work. So yes, I do think that we need this grant money, and there's so many, like, I can't even tell you what it was like sitting in Cranford watching 8 feet of water in front of my home. And the only thing I could do was go on Facebook and ask these people, hey, does anybody know what Main Street looks like? And a resident was really nice, and he said, you're not gonna like this. And he posted a photo, and all I saw was Roaring Rapids, and my heart just sank. I knew, like, this was it, done, finished, like, I don't understand. So I urge you to please reconsider so that he can help the other businesses in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we're gonna hold off on clapping. No, not to you. I think we're just gonna hold off on clapping for the rest of the evening. Can you come speak?
We can't hear
actually
you.
can't hear you, and people home need to hear you. It's okay.
Tony, come up front.
Okay, that's fine. All right, we heard you. Thank you. People need to come up so that everybody virtually at home can hear, but
Hi, good evening. Vicky Powell, 358C Millburn Avenue. I wanted to come today to take a moment to thank the Township of Millburn, the Explore Millburn Short Hills, and the residents that support the business community. My mother's had a business in town for 37 years. This last hurricane is our 3rd in Millburn. The previous 2, we had extensive loss and damage, and each time the recovery and the rebuilding fell on our shoulders. COVID hits again. We are ordered to shut down by the governor. We have to pay our rent, utilities, expenses, all while having limited income. All of this falls on our shoulders again. Seeing other neighboring towns helping their business community during this time was a wonderful sight to see, and envious that they had a SID that helped them to do this for their business community. Fast forward to now that we have our own SID, they're working with the 5 districts, happy with what they're doing, and the hurricane happens. They mobilize to get the donations going, and the town generously, the town residents and friends generously donated to this fund. And now now we fast forward to the town wanting to throw in some money. And I applaud you for that, because no township committee has ever done this to help this business community. We're part of this township. We support the Little Leagues. We give donations to the schools. We support the local charities. And I just want to thank you for being thinking about this and helping us, because we can't keep doing it to ourselves, or you're going to have an empty town. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
thank you, Vicki.
Hi, Janine Marr, 358A Millburn Avenue, Elements for Style. This is now my 2nd hurricane. And I wanted to thank you all for being here and doing what you have done for us, and especially for Stephen. That presentation was just outstanding. And really, I think lets all the residents and everybody else know how important a SID is. I have served in the past on the DMDA, and what you're doing is incredible. Also wanted to give a shout out for anybody that was out and helping with the cleanup of the town. It was a sight to see, and so heartfelt that everybody came out with boots and shovels, and the students and also the Boy Scouts were there. That was really amazing, because we never had that before. Well, I only experienced Irene, so I don't know what happened with Floyd. I need this grant money. I mean, here I am. You like this outfit, right? 35 days and counting, cleaning, scrubbing. And really at first I thought I had no damage. I have applied for the grant. When after the initial cleanup came back to the store, and I had mushrooms growing on my floor. Something you really don't want in a gift boutique, so the floors are ripped out. I had 6 inches of sheet wall that had to be done. Floor front and back, because overflow of toilet of a weird drain I had in back. It just came in from all sides, and water is like that. And when it just started raining yesterday, I was back up putting the paper back up on the window. And I have a 12 by 12 little tiny drain in front of the store that was overflowing the curb because it was blocked. I mean, that drain is way too small, and my store actually they tilt up from my store. I'm kind of in this little valley, and it goes up, and both, just from that tiny little rain yesterday, I'm watching all this rain come down back in, and just almost had to sit on the floor and not cry to see that. I need this money. I'm in the pocket and over 10 grand plus. I mean, besides, like Vicki mentioned, COVID. So I just hope you vote for this, and thank you again.
Thank you, Janine.
So I'm not going to repeat what everybody said, and everybody said it just feels that as if I'm speaking here. So I just want to tell you all, first of all, thanks so much to Millburn High School for the kids to come out and help out at the store. Big help. And secondly, Steve, big help. Really, without you guys, we would have been, all the business fronts would have been really feeling not able to being back up again. FEMA refused. I got letter from FEMA saying the only option I have is to apply for loans and no other options. Despite filling in all the paperwork, everything, everywhere we are just getting a no sign. So this is the only fund that we have that we look forward to. And this is not even covering the 10% of what we have lost. The business got affected, 30 days of no business. So I would say, really, we need this money to keep us going.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. I want to say good night, everybody. Thank you so much, everyone, for the support for small business. Thank you, Steve, for being with us all the time since the first day. And I just want to say my story. My name is Flor Rose. I live in 357 Millburn Avenue. I have my business down in the first floor. And that night was like horrible. Only I saw in movies. And then what I went through was like so scary. I was with my son, he's 17 years old, trying to cover the doors because the water was getting in there. I am a single mom. Both we was trying to protect our business, our support, you know. But the water was getting in there. The basement was full from Access Street in Millburn Avenue. I lost everything inside, the inventory. I did a video live in Facebook. And thanks to that, next day, a lot of people came to help us. And they helped me to move the water from the basement to throw all the stuffs. And I get more in the floor. The basement is all destroyed inside. And now I really I ask you, help us, because if you don't help us, we're gonna disappear. FEMA, they don't gonna help us. So, you know, business, small business, we support to the town, because even if little, we pay taxes, you know, and now the only thing we ask you for this time, help us. That's all can I say. And I'm sorry because my tears, because, you know, I feel sad because all my friends here, we went through, and I don't wish you this, nobody to go through. And thank you so much for all your support, especially Mayor for you, because I was all night and day working there, and you came with lunch to me. That's mean a lot for me because I was hungry. Nobody was helping. The restaurant was destroyed. Thank you so much for that nice kind of you. And that's all can I say. I'm sorry for my tears.
Thank you, Flora.
Hi, my name is Frank Ritchie. You have to forgive me because I'm old and SID. What's that stand for? Special Improvement District. What does that consist of?
So this is actually, Fred, you said your name was?
Frank Ritchie, I said my
Frank.
name.
Yes, this is actually just a comment. We don't have, it's not a public dialogue. So if you're looking
Okay.
for a response, we're not
Right.
going to answer you.
Okay, I am not a business owner per se, but I do own investment property in Millburn, for which I had about 2.5 feet to 3 feet of water in my basement. I lost my furnace, hot water tanks, washing machines, dryers, and everything else. Now, to me, it is a business. Is there anything being done? Does SID do anything for the residents that have issues with the water problems that they had? They're not. But SID is looking for support from the taxpayers, of which I am, and our taxes are going up to support SID. I don't think that that's right.
Well, actually, I'm just gonna stop you for 1 second because I don't think you have all the information right now. But so I want to invite you to speak to Mr. Grill. I would love to answer all your questions about what the SID is and why the SID is. But this is you need answers, but this isn't the forum that we're going to give them to you.
All right. So then, why doesn't it include all the businesses in town? Not for myself.
That is,
I have a
understand.
very
That's a great
close friend
question.
who has a
And
business.
we could talk about at some point enlarging the SID. So
Okay.
all the businesses are paying into it.
All right.
I do want you to get the answers. I feel like you might, this is also maybe the first time you've been at the meeting, and I don't want you to get frustrated that we're not responding to you. So I just want you to understand how public comment works at our meetings.
It's just a comment. Okay, thank you.
Yes. And I'm sure
know.
that,
I know.
I'm sure that you can speak to Steve or any of us after the meeting. Thank you for coming.
Okay, hi, how are you? My name is Marina Marcheva. I own Marina's Treasures. It's a luxury consignment boutique. It's located on Millburn Avenue on 358B. Unfortunately, when this flood happened, I was away. I was out of the country. My daughter is only 17 years old. She went on the next day to check on my store. Of course, the night before, I watched the entire flood, how it's happening. Millburn Avenue was absolutely a river. Posted the live video on Facebook, and that's how I was able to get all the information. She was crying, she was devastated. She didn't know what to do, 17 years old. Of course, she called all her friends from the high school. So everybody came. They all helped her. The entire high school, the entire middle school, people were bringing food, water, buckets, racks, cleaning, helping, crying, hugging. My business is consignment. I work with lots of consigners, and one of the ladies that I work with, her husband came with a special vac machine for water. So he actually helped and cleaned the entire water roughly. And so by the end of the night, they didn't have a lot of time, but by the end of the night, they start throwing all the inventory in the big plastic black bags. So cleaning every day, every night for many, many hours. They did whatever they can do to save the inventory. I came back on September 17th, cleaning for another probably 21 days, close to 3 weeks. We lost $20,000 of inventory. of things that we don't even own. I have to pay my consigners when they come and looking for their pieces. But what can I say? I just want to say I'm very happy and I'm very proud to be part of this community. I want to thank you, Steve, for coming and checking on us. Thank you, Tara, for coming and checking on us. Thank you to Mr. Ron, who created this spectacular from wood little pieces to protect our stores in the future in case we have a hurricane. And also, I just heard about and I just found about this city organization and wonderful speech. I love what you guys are planning to do. And I think it's already working. Keep the jazz music on, and it's definitely bringing people to town. Like I would say, because we went through one construction, we went through COVID, second construction, things were starting to pick up. We could feel it. And then the tornado came and completely destroyed us. But what can I say? Help us if you can, please. We all need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm from Millburn Frame Shop. I've been doing business in town 35, 6, 7 years. And as a business owner, I've been ready for bad time, good time. And when things are good, you cannot even enjoy it because you are prepared for bad time. You always worry about. But sometimes you are wondering why people are not going to help when they can help. In the past before, I've never seen this time the town is coming to help shop owners, especially from Boy Scout and adults, and everybody was out trying to help their local merchants. On top of that, monetary, how much did you say? $140-something thousand was raised. I didn't expect that. It demonstrates what type of a community we have. And I heard, because I wasn't here last meeting, some of the residents, I should say, was objecting for funding to help the merchants. This is the word for those who oppose. You were not even in the meeting when previous administration or when the project of $7 million or $6 million waste was going on. You couldn't do a damn thing. Now you're opposing for this large $200,000 of grant. It's really a shame. What are you talking about? Where's your heart? I don't need money. I am ready to run good time and bad time. I've been down many times. I never asked any help. I just tighten my belt. I still can tighten further. No problem. So whoever has the authority to make it go through of funding these merchants, please do. And that's all I have to say. You were just neglecting over $60 million going away. You are opposing for $200,000. When so many of the residents are showing not only the physical help, with the monetary help, they're ready to help, you are opposing for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Okay. Oh, we have hands. Okay. Okay. We're good. Okay. Come, Jim.
I'm James Rotundo. I'm the owner of Goldberg's Famous Bagels at 325 Millburn Avenue. I just want to first extend my thanks to the Township of Millburn, Mayor Prupus and Administrator McDonald, you were out there, and other committee members, if you were there, I want to thank you, DPW, Fire Department, and Police Department, and other first responders who helped us. It was, the cleanup was, heartwarming. Parents and students came out. If we needed something, you were there. Thank you, Mr. Grillo, for your work with Sid. And I would really appreciate it if you approved the additional funds. We, the landlord and I, my landlord and I are working on rebuilding and reopening. It's a big job. We've lost tens of thousands in paper and food inventory and over $150,000 worth of equipment that we need for our survival. I've been here a little over 5 years. I love this town, and part of my business model is to give back to the community. I typically do that through the schools and 4th of July committee and other events. So again, I want to thank you, and also appreciate it if you did approve the additional funds. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, we have two. Oh, yes, please. Okay.
I'm going to speak for a minute, and then my husband's going to come up and speak. Laura and Jerry Occhuzzi from True Fit Shoe Repair. It's not fun to have your own business. And for those of you who think it is, it really isn't. You're up, you're down. You never know from 1 week to the next how much money you're going to make. Luckily, I work, but between COVID, one of the oldest businesses here was my husband's father's before him. We've been through 3 hurricanes. Twice we've been away and watched the water float in front of our business, and that just happened this past week as well. I mean, 2 weeks when Ida hit. Watching, and we knew what was going to happen to our basement. We had help when we weren't here, and we're so thankful to everybody that helped us. We're resilient, as most of the businesses are in this town. Look at Basilico. I'm not coming back, they're coming back. We always come back. We appreciate everything that everybody's done in this town to help us, to help the rest of the businesses here, and we implore you to please make the right decision. It's not easy to be a business in Millburn. I'm going to turn it over to my husband.
All right. Most of you know, I've lived in town for 63 years. My business has been family run about 78 years in Millburn. And I grew up here. My children grew up here. I have never seen such public service as I have from this gentleman right here. In all the years, through all the disasters that we've had, I could count on one hand the times that township walked out, pressed the flesh, said, we get it, we understand. That means a lot to people. And you are public servants, and this is part of your job. I know it's not a fun job, but it means a lot to us, and we appreciate it. Special shout out to this gentleman. Stopped by several times. All the years that we've had all these problems, never saw anything like that. So makes me feel good about the way things are progressing, and we thank you. People have really been hit pretty hard, and we all know what to do. Thanks.
I'm actually, is there anyone else in the room? This is kind of, part of the presentation. I'm not going to take the phone comments tonight. I'll take them at public comment. I'm not going to take them right now. I think that we've heard from many of the businesses community. So, and is there anybody else in the room that wants to make, Steve, Mr. Grillo, do you feel complete about the presentation? The community at this point.
And thank them all for coming tonight. I know you're all dealing with your own personal and business issues, so thank you for taking a few hours tonight to come out and support myself and our wonderful committee.
Right. So thank you. And just to be clear, there will not be public comment when we get to this point in the agenda, but we have heard all of you. Hold on. Please, we do not call out. This isn't a dialogue. Mr. Feld, you're disrupting the meeting when you do this. Please do not do this. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to go. Thank you for the presentation. Merchants, thank you for coming out tonight and speaking your piece. There will be public comment later on. I'm going to go back to my reports and we're going to continue with the business of the meeting. And you're welcome to stay, you are welcome to go, whatever you would like to do. Okay. And I do have a number of things to continue to report on. So, good evening. Today, if you guys can all look, I wish that the camera can't see the food bin at this point.
Yes, we know.
So this is pretty cool. Millburn Township received this colorful food pantry bin upgrade thanks to high school art students Drew Karch from Pingree School and Grant Sanders from the Millburn High School. The high school students noticed that the food pantry collection bin located in Town Hall on Millburn Avenue could use a revamp. So many Millburn residents donated during the, they donate to the food pantry regularly, that they wanted to give them something else to smile at as they walk through the Town Hall, dropping off their canned goods. With supervision from their longtime art teacher, Adam Gustafson, owner of Renaissance Art Studio located in Millburn, these two boys completed the bin in about 4 months. And the bin, resembling a Campbell's tomato soup can, has the message, "One can make a change," and stands about 36 inches tall, and it's capable of holding a lot of canned food. So they came in today, and I just want to, I want to thank them for their contribution to the food pantry. Okay. I guess you're all going to stay. The reason we did the presentation, which is fine, I wanted you to give the option of leaving, but I don't think anybody wants to leave. I don't think anybody wants to leave. So, and we have a lot of business to get through tonight. So we are going to keep moving. Okay. On October 1st, the 11 Main Street and DPW site ad hoc committee met, and the survey is out. Ms. McDonald, the survey, do we have, is someone working on the survey? We're just gonna let the public know what is going on there. So
Yeah, so right now with that site, we are currently doing a site survey with the Public Works Department to evaluate the use and need of that area. Fleet size, personal vehicles, parking spaces, storage, different things like that, as well as the footprint and square footage of the building.
okay, the engineer selection is also in process.
That's correct.
Environmental engineer.
Yep, that's correct.
Jorge Mastro Pietro and his partner, whose name is escaping me,
Ahmed, yep.
are going to be donating their architectural services to this township and working on that. The draft RFQ is that is about to go out.
That is not out yet. The township committee as a whole needs to see that prior to that going out, but it is just about ready.
So the process of that is we're going to see it, and then in the next couple, before the next meeting, it's going to be out the door.
Correct.
Okay, so the next steps are to receive the site survey back, receive the phase 1 of the environmental review. We have been in communications with the DPW employees to figure out what their needs are in terms of planning for the facility. And that next, we meet every Friday from 8:30 to 9:30. Okay, so that is what is happening at that site. I would like to provide an update on one of the litigations that was currently happening, that the town was engaged in courtyard versus beehive property litigations. MCA has opposed the rezoning of the former Wells Fargo property and then subsequently its approval at the planning board. Subject to execution of a settlement agreement between MCA and Beehive, the court ordered mediation of which Township of Millburn participated. I can offer that the case will be resolved to no detriment to the town and with great expectation that the approved project will become an even better project. Mr. Heller of MCA was concerned about spot zoning, proper planning, and commercial space to remain on the first floor, the western gateway to the downtown. And I am pleased to report the following subject to mutual execution by both parties. The case will be settled at no cost to Millburn. Commercial space between 3,000 and 4,000 square feet will be added on the first floor of the new project. The Millburn Avenue driveway will be removed. The 3 Essex Street driveways will be removed opposite the police and fire station. The new entrance and egress to the small parking underground will be from Spring Street. The next one is really important. The refuse removal will not be on the street because we are discussing that as and the loading and unloading. I mean, that's an ordinance that we're working on. That's a great thing that is going to take place at this development. It will be contained on Spring Street. Loading and unloading for move in, move out will be self-contained from Spring Street, and Millburn will be better able to reinstall the slip lane, aka the second lane of traffic to Essex Street East without concern over Millburn Avenue driveway, and that is something that is also under old business tonight. Okay, so that is all. That's that litigation has been mediated and is not anything to do with Millburn Township. That is success. I want to talk about, so we did talk about the flood history. So last Tuesday, we had about 236 people registered for the information session that took place with engineer Mott McDonald, John Rushke. It was really informative. And as Mr. McDonald said, mitigation conversations and next steps were taking place. Last night, as he said, 57 people registered for the Blue Acres program. We are exploring that. Today, I was on a call with the mayors from the Rahway River Mayor's Council. Mayor Prunty and Cranford and I are working very close together in conversations with the NJDEP in terms of next steps for the consensus plan. Right now, where it stands is that the Army Corps has said that they will not create a human forecasted mitigation plan. And that is what is being proposed through the consensus plan. And the consensus plan is consensus between Essex and Union counties. So at this point, all 8 mayors along the Rahway River and Union County and Essex County have agreed to this plan. The roadblock is with the Army Corps of Engineers. So on this call today, it is my intention, and I'm really fired up about this in terms of finding a way, if the Army Corps isn't going to help us do this for whatever reasons, and they are not going to budge, New Jersey and the local municipalities and the counties, we can fund this. The project, I believe somewhere between 5 and 7 million, that has been through John Rushke, who created this plan. And I believe that we can work towards getting this done. And this is what Mayor Prunty and I are doing at this point. So we are starting this conversation, and we have Assemblyman McKeon also involved in this conversation, and we will continue to work with the other mayors. So this is not an avenue that has been explored before. For the last 10 years, they've been circling and engaging with the Army Corps, at least in terms of finding a solution around the Orange Reservoir. So this is, to me, it's hopeful and it's exciting, because today when they were talking about the Army Corps and we could distill it, and I asked the commissioner how long this would take, minimum for the Army Corps to do this project, we're looking at 5 years. And so my response back was, there's no way that we have 5 years at this point. We need to find something more immediate. So, and let me be clear that not like flood, this is to mitigate. We cannot prevent flooding from happening in our township, but we can take multiple measures. And by putting in the bypass at the Orange Reservoir and Diamond Mill Pond and Campbellman Pond, it will help. It won't prevent flooding in our downtown. But I just want to assure the community that these conversations are taking place. I am on top of it. I am engaged. I am making sure that all the conversations that are needing to happen at this point are happening. That is why we had the information session. That is why we had Blue Acres speaking to our residents, and they are starting to apply to the Blue Acres program. Both of those presentations are on the website. What's the name of the page on the website that has all this information listed?
It's under government and the flood mitigation advisory group.
So along with all of that, you will have seen that a flood mitigation advisory committee is on the agenda tonight. And I want to talk a little bit about that process and what has happened with that process. So that was one of the first things that, and I just also want to clarify that we all know that I own Green Nectar Market, which is right next to many of my neighbors and friends are in the room tonight. We had damage, we had mud. I was very fortunate not to lose product and that my equipment wasn't damaged. And I did not put in for any aid from Explore Millburn. I know that conflict has come up a lot, and luckily I'm opting out because I was fortunate enough to opt out that I do not need assistance. But I want to make that very clear so that nobody comes back and makes any issue of conflict, or that somehow I would be benefiting or my business would be benefiting from, and if any money was coming, being provided to the Explore Millburn. So I just want to make that clear. Okay, back to the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee. 2 weeks ago, we passed this resolution for this committee. We put a call out, and so I said to Alex in so many conversations in the days afterwards, we need to have a committee to talk about this, to talk about how we're going to educate our residents and about the different options, and that we are flooding. That was something that so much of us heard from our residents who moved into the area we didn't know. So this committee is so important that we get around a table and that the people who are skilled and have the experience and the knowledge to come up with mitigation efforts in our town are able to discuss this. And this will be a very open process. Our meetings will be open. We will have public comment there so people can know, like through all the steps, what is being talked about. So we passed that resolution 2 weeks ago. We put a call out to the community that night. I said, email us, let us know. Then we had the information session last Tuesday where we also put out call out to the community and put it on our social media that the deadline would be on Thursday. So by Thursday, we would have all the interested people that wanted to serve on the committee. This is obviously in response, and we can see why and the need. Everything we're talking about tonight is Ida relief and recovering what happened that night. Also, Mr. McDonald, one thing, I just want to talk about the purchases of the pumps by DPW and fire department.
Yes, I mean, I think, as a result of those conversations at the public session on Tuesday of last week, we discussed some of the things that the township has done post-storm and well, actually during the storm, we purchased additional large trash pumps. We call those trash pumps 6-inch pumps that we utilize to pump out basements and pump out backyards. Post-storm, we actually purchased a few for our public works department as well as for our our fire department.
Great, thank you. So we put the call out and we got submissions and they came and then we started to look at them. But everyone was aware that we were putting together this committee. It was public knowledge. Everyone was aware, everyone was invited. We got 20 people who submitted their applications and they explained why. Committeewoman Eglo and I were leading this initiative with Mr. McDonald. And we went down the list and we discussed it.
Mayor, can I interrupt?
No, you may not interrupt right now. Well,
You're
let me-
off topic.
I'm giving my reports.
So,
Committeewoman, we're still in my report. Please let me finish my report. Like you have
Absolutely.
the opportunity to speak to your report. So Committeewoman Eglo and I went about creating a committee where all the interest forms went to the let us know. And we came up with people throughout the township. And I'd like to read their names off of the way that it's, and the appointment of the committee members. So I'm Tara Krubis, Diane Eglo, business administrator or their designee, municipal engineer, superintendent of public works. We, 2 weeks ago, we passed a resolution for 12 residents to be, or 12 interested parties, because some are commercial property owners, to be on this committee. Tonight, we're actually asking to increase that to 14 because as we went through the list, we felt that really people who could add value and contribute to this conversation should be part of this conversation. This is, for me, in this moment, the priority of our township is to make sure that none of us go through what we went through on the night of Ida and the following days. That is the priority here. So the names on the committee, the 14 names that we have on resolution tonight are Sarah Sherman, Mike Roberts, Rich Keller, Spiro Cremedius, Richard Futter, Jim McKenna, Jen Duckworth, Colleen Kirk, Miriam Kristoy, Carrie Heller, Joe Esposito, Nick Bopicelli, Laura Palmamaki, and Steve Taylor. When we sat down and we talked about who we thought would be the best people for this committee, this is who we came up with, and we opened it up. Just as in 2019, when former Mayor Jackie Lieberberg and Mr. Wasserman created the SID trustees, they went and they picked and they came up with a list. It's interesting because we had this conversation last year, right? That's the way you did it. And you brought the list to the committee, and me being the third vote, I said, yes, I trust your judgment, I'm in. I know you did the work, I trust the judgment, and I'm in. I believe that the people on this thing are the right people to be here. This flooding is not political. This cannot be politicized in our community. These are the people who have stepped forth and make the most sense to be on this committee. So, and there's a breakdown too. I mean, we were methodical on how we put together the committee. We have residents from South Mountain. We have 3 residents from the South Mountain area, 3 people from the downtown business district, Rich Keller's in the CMO, and the 2 downtown property owners, Footer and Heller. I mean, they were the most impacted. I mean, who else better to come out and speak? And they have been here for years. These 2 men have been here for years and experienced flood after flood, and now the 3rd one. So in the Glenwood section, we have 3 residents. And then we left it up to 5 people from the other areas of town. Steve Taylor, who is with us tonight, and he helped people fill out their FEMA applications. And I've been helping people work through that process. So I am extremely proud of this committee that has been put together and that my colleagues have seen and had access to and could have weighed in and didn't. They knew we were putting this committee together. And so I'm just asking that they give Committeewoman Eglo and I the support that we need for this open meeting, that we pick the right people who have the best intentions for this town. This is a time that we need to come together as a community. And, you know, it's obvious I'm running for re-election, right? That's no secret to anybody. And there are people who are not supporting me on this committee. And I think that's really important to point out that this is not about putting on people who agree with me. And there have been people that came up and said, you shouldn't put people that just agree with you on committees. And I want everyone to understand that that's not what we're doing here. So, and it's intentional to have all these people, and we're grateful that they raised their hands. And we didn't solicit, right? So we didn't go out there saying, please, do you want to be on this committee? It was just an open call. All right, I think I'm done with speaking about that. I have a few more things on my report. Flex parking was removed. I feel like that was a huge thing that just kind of the conversation of it is flooded. It got so completely, anyway, flex parking was removed. And the part of bringing that up is that we had our parking ad hoc committee last Wednesday. And the curb efficiency study that was supposed to be presented on the 1st, but we ended the meeting early. The woman who did the study presented to Committeewoman Miggins and I. And some of the things that came out of that were striping, which, can you, Mr. McDonald, report on striping? Where is striping happening?
Soon. We are combining it with the mill and pave of Taylor Street, which people may have noticed the curb work has been done. And once the surface is milled and paved, and when they come in and stripe for that, they will do some additional striping throughout the township to add some parking spaces.
Great. So, and then in the curb efficiency study, they had identified more parking within the downtown that it's not striped, that will be striped. We talked about signage and signage being so important, which brings me back to the branding conversation and the banners that are going up. So we are going to task the CID with creating better signage for our parking lots and people using the deck, correct? And then also another thing that came out of that meeting, which brings us back to the removal of flex parking, is that the curb efficiency study was one of the outputs of it was that turnover needs to happen to benefit the businesses on the flex parking. And how can we increase turnover and more visits so people can use the shops and use the salons and do whatever they need to do, and just make sure people are parking in the right places for long-term parking versus short-term parking. So the CID is going to put out a survey to the businesses from Dunkin' Donuts to Starbucks where flex parking was, and get their input in terms of time limits and what they think would be valuable in terms of, because right now you can park up to 2 hours there, right? But that might not be the most efficient way to use those spaces. So that conversation is going to start soon. So that came out of the parking, and there was like 65 resident shopper parking permits sold this year. Which I want to put a plug in for the resident shopper parking permit, that you can buy the parking permit and then you can park wherever you want without having to use the pay stations. You have to abide by the timing and the time limitations, but it's a great way to frequent the business districts. And information about that parking permit will be going out to the residents. So there's that. And I think that is all for my report, which was so much. Oh, no. Christine Gaddy, the election dates, is that information on the table? Because it is.
Hi, Mayor. Yes, the information is on the table and it's also on our website. Important dates and information available for everybody for this upcoming November 2nd general election. Could you hear me, Mayor?
Okay, I'm sorry, I went to go get the sheet so I can have just to see that there are important dates for the November 2nd general election. October 12th is the deadline to register to vote for the general election. October 23rd through the 31st, in-person early voting period. October 26th, the deadline to apply for vote by mail ballot. By mail for the general election, November 1st at 3 p.m. Deadline to apply for a vote by mail ballot in person at the Essex County Clerk's Office. November 2nd is Election Day. Polls are open from 6 to 8. And Committeewoman Miggins, at the last committee meeting, you had talked about how the library is still going to be a polling location. So even though the library is closed, that is still a polling location. I just think that's important information for the township to have, and it's on the website. And that is all I have. Okay. Should we take a 5-minute break before we move on? Sure.
Run to the ladies' room.
Whew, let's take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Not one. As an assistant. Yes. He's very, very.
It's okay, it's okay, it's good. Here, I'm not gonna. I know. Should I just leave it? Yeah, I put it here because I'm actually do. That's great. I always like take it. I never. No, it's usually Chloe. Like here. Oh, I wasn't sure. Thank you for not taking my call, Madam Mayor. I've been on for now. I should.
So I guess citizens council will be around 10 o'clock.
It's hot now. It is hot now. First I'm hot and I'm cold. You want me? I have I mean, you're not gonna tell them. Yes, because they can't, are you kidding? I'm smaller, baby. And I miss so many phone calls. I don't know, I turn my phone off. Well, I just looked at it now. Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question?
I heard And when they out. Yes, for us.
5-minute recess.
Okay, there are two things that I forgot to mention about, one thing about the food pantry. I just want to give a shout out to Annette Romano, who was here to receive that with me for founding the food pantry last year and for really working to get that started and off the ground. So Annette Romano, if you are listening to this, thank you. And one other thing about the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee. So the people that we checked in to make sure that that list of people could do it. The meetings right now are set for Thursdays from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. They have all agreed that that works for them. They will be open meetings as well. You can either Zoom in or be there in person. And yeah, so anyway, what's next? The Township Committee will now consider consent agenda resolutions. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to any of the items listed on the consent agenda?
Mayor, I have one comment for the affordable housing plan. For the affordable housing plan is Beth McManus.
Yes.
I just want to note for everybody that she's been a tremendous addition. I work closely with her in terms of our affordable housing obligation. Woman, Higgins has, I think we've all gotten to know her a little bit. And I just wanted to tell you that God feel of bringing, of having her here, it's been a tremendous asset to the township. Very happy that we're doing that. I want to thank all my fellow committee members.
Yeah.
She was a good get.
Yeah, completely. And I want to thank both of you for, going ahead and doing that. You guys leaded the steering committee mediation, just the two of you guys did that, and we trusted you, and you guys did great. And so thank you. It's part of working as a team that we delegate and we divide and conquer. May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-269 through resolution 21-274, which are listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
May I have a second? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Stahl Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman, Mayor Prupus.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 21-275 to provide for the appointments of individuals to Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee and to establish the duties of the committee. I have already read the names. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-275? Are there any comments?
I'd like to table this. I think that you've done tremendous work, but I think that there's more work that needs to be done and more research that needs to be done. So I, at the moment, would like to table.
You want to delay this tonight?
I do.
You want to delay this tonight?
I do.
You don't think that this is urgent enough to get this flood mitigation committee going at this point?
I think
After we had the fire in here tonight and after we're dealing with the businesses, you don't think it's important enough? You want to delay this for how long?
I would like to delay it just now.
Why?
I'd like to do, because I think it's important that we do more research. We have had flooding, as people have pointed out. We've had Irene, we've had Sandy, we've had
Do more
Floyd.
research. The flood mitigation committee is going to do the research.
Mayor Prupus,
Yeah.
I'd like to delay it.
Okay.
Okay, Committeewoman Meggins, are you delaying the entire committee or are you delaying certain individuals that we have selected
No.
to be on the committee?
21-275, provide for the appointment of individuals to the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee and to establish the duties of this committee. I would like to delay that tonight.
I think that is absolutely irresponsible. I believe that is
You're
the
entitled.
absolute, my opinion, I'm entitled. Thank you, Maggie Miggins. I'm entitled because this is so important. I have personally, not only did I grow up in Millburn, my house has flooded. In fact, when we were here on September 1st, there was a member from the public speaking when we got an emergency notice that people were being rescued. And if it's on the record, and I said, I've got to get home and help my husband who was watching the meeting and see if we can salvage anything in our basement. To delay this is so irresponsible and so negligent to our community. We have selected the most people who have something to offer, who have history, who have education, who have the desire to be part of this community. This is not partisan. This is not politicized. This is urgent. The way everything else got moved so quickly this year, to delay, to even consider delaying this is.
Mr. Falcon,
Yeah.
you have.
I just want to make clear for everybody, this is a little different than, this is a little different from pulling something off of the consent agenda by one person. If Committeewoman Miggins would like to table this, she would have to move to do that, obtain a second, and then.
Of course, right, no, I know, we're gonna,
Okay.
yeah.
All
So
right.
let Ms. Eglo finish it
And-
and then it's
and-
our turn, so.
Hold on.
Okay, and then I also recommend in these tabling motions, if you're gonna, well, let's leave it at that, okay.
Okay, great, thanks. I feel like Committee Vinyaya, do you have something?
Yes, I'm in support with Ms. Meggins. I want to table this as well.
And how do you feel, Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Well, I also want to table it for right now, but I do want to say that I think it's a good idea to do this.
Wow, I cannot even contain myself in this moment.
I think it's a good idea.
Right.
I think that,
Unreal.
there's consensus that we'd like to work on this a little more.
Oh, please wait, don't leave the room.
And I think we'd like to work on this a little more, as I said to both of my comments.
I'd like,
Okay,
okay, sorry.
I think that what we'd like to work on this a little more. We think it's a great idea. We think the town needs it. This is going to be a long-term process. It's a very important and urgent process.
It's important and urgent, but we need to delay it, right? We need to delay it. No, I'm gonna actually explain to the community exactly what's happening here tonight.
Hold on.
I'm
can
gonna
I
go
just-
out on a limb.
Hold on.
I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Hold on, excuse
Oh,
me.
there's not a motion. There's
I'd
a
like
motion
to
on
make
the
a
floor.
motion.
Wait,
that we
actually, there isn't
delay.
a motion on the floor.
I'd like to make
So
a motion.
you guys
that
got
we
together
delay.
and because Nicholas
having a
Bovicelli is on, because Nicholas, I have the exchange. I spoke to each of you. Because Nicholas Bovicelli, who is not supporting me, and you know what? Right, because he ran against you, and because he ran against you, you know what? You didn't return my phone call, but I spoke to Sanjeev, and I spoke to Richard. And I'm not gonna lie to our community. I am gonna be honest, and I am gonna be open, and because you didn't want Carrie Heller, and you didn't want you didn't want Nicholas Bovicelli on it. So to our community, this is a very sad moment. I guess, and it seems like we won't have a flood mitigation advisory committee. And I've never been so disappointed we're gonna have it, but I wonder if it'll be the same people. I've never been so disappointed that we see the urgency of what happened. I wonder if you guys are even going to approve the money for the businesses tonight.
All I'm going to say, Ms.
Yeah.
Because you have one vote, I have one vote. And
I
it's a no
know,
for me.
and I know what your vote is for, and I know why you're doing it, and I'm
Whatever you
so
can think
disappointed
is
in your
fine,
committee.
I'm
member,
going
Naya.
to just say no.
You just say no.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
May I make a motion to please table 21-275?
That we table it to a certain date.
Sure.
You know, like the next meeting or, I don't know what's gonna take. but table until a certain date, and then it will come back up.
That's fine, but we're gonna hold a meeting, and you know what, everybody can come. Thursday at 8 AM in this room, and it will be virtual, and those people who I've named, we will have an open meeting to talk about flood mitigation, and if you guys wanna be there, great.
Wait, I'd like to ask a question, Mr. Falcon. When someone brings up to table,
Unreal, guys.
is there not supposed to be a discussion? So we're having a discussion.
This discussion should follow. the
Unreal.
Motion to table until the next date, and a second, and then you discuss the motion.
Discuss it before it's voted on. Which is what we're doing. So we can, okay, so
Yeah, we're discussing it.
Right.
We're discussing it.
So I am also,
I'm sorry, I would just make a suggestion that Committeewoman Miggins has made the motion to table resolution 21-275. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, now you can discuss it before the vote.
Oh, great.
So I would like to continue, I'm sorry, Mayor. First of all, Mayor, I commend you. You have done an incredible amount of work. You have been selfless in helping the entire town, the entire community, from traffic to flooding to businesses to whatever it is, moving forward the park. And I know last year there was some political upheaval and I did not support the two people who I am very happy to work with now. My punishment was, and I'm going to make this public, I'm on no committees, which is why when it's my turn to report, I don't have any reports. I have 5 years of experience to share with this committee. Now, this is becoming politicized, and I will also agree with Mayor Prupis. This is because it was Mr. Heller and Mr. Volpicelli who have something to offer to this committee, because Mr. Heller has also grown up in Millburn in a house that did flood. He owns a tremendous amount of property. He's the only one of the few businesses that has video that can be shared with this flood mitigation. He wants to always share with the police or fire, whoever asks. Mr. Volpicelli is an engineer of education who worked for the government, has government experience, how to make these things move. I was the mayor, whatever year it was, and I was on the mayor's committee, and I'd sit in these meetings with 20 people who all kept waiting for the Army Corps to make a decision. The Army Corps made a decision, said, no, we don't want to do what you want to do, whatever. Years have gone by and by. We now have a chance to make this work with the state, but we need this flood mitigation committee to communicate that. And just because I'm sorry, Ms. Miggins and Mr. Vinayak, that Mr. Volpicelli ran against you. He didn't win. You won. You're up here. That's enough. That's it. You won the golden ring. You get to vote at the end of the day. But to vote to table this committee is just irresponsible and it is so wrong. And I'm going to ask you, before the mayor asks for the vote, to take 10 seconds to think about what you're doing.
For
And you're-
20,000 people who
Yeah.
were affected by this storm.
Correct.
For 20,000 people. And we're arguing over Carrie Heller and Nicholas Bobicelli, who both have, it's unreal. I am embarrassed. I'm embarrassed right now for the three of you, embarrassed.
And Mr. Wasserman, I ask you as my running mate, who I brought you all over this town. We won together. Wait, no, I'm going to finish. And then certain people say, how can I be friends with you? I like you, Mr. Wasserman. You're my friend. We work together. We agree on probably more than we disagree. I'm going to ask you to take those 10 seconds before this vote and be here for the community who needs you from South Mountain section. You have been the proponent of the SID and businesses. Your whole mandate for running has been business, business, business. Our businesses, my husband goes for bagels, hi Michael, every Saturday morning's way to work and brings me home bagels and lox, okay? We have been part of this community. Richard, it's like the flex parking. You hesitated and you came to the right decision, and we are heroes for getting rid of the flex parking. Let's be heroes. Let's get this flood committee with these 14 people. We can meet next Thursday and start this happening, please.
Right, this Thursday.
Right.
I mean, what have you guys done? I've sat in I'm just amazed. Please, we want to hear what you have to say.
I don't think you're framing this as a yes or no vote. I think that the motion on the floor is.
Why? Why did the three of you come together and come up with a plan to table it? Oh, have the floor. Sorry.
I have the floor.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy Wasserman.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, the motion on the floor to, I've been on the phone, I spoke to you, Mayor, I spoke to you.
And you told me Carrie Heller and Nicholas Bobicelli. People should know.
Mayor, I'm still speaking.
Okay,
Please.
still speaking.
I am. I'm trying to. In any case, so there's a motion on the floor to delay this, and the thought in doing this is to make the process better.
Better? How can you make it better? Tell me how you're gonna make it better.
Because our colleagues would like some input into this.
Oh, wait, who's Laura? You recommended Laura, right?
Wait, and Mr. Wasserman, to your point, and we're airing a lot of dirty laundry, but everyone kind of knows what's going on. We're a small town. All year, all these committees have been formed. And Mr. Wasserman, the first thing you said to me was you guys wanted input. And the first thing I said to you was, wow, there have been a lot of committees formed, DPW, zoning. I don't know how many committees have been formed this year, that, I don't know, it was all decided. This is now a committee that is formed. It's going to be, it's only formed till the end of the year. And then you get to review the people who's ever, right?
Right, you know what, Diane? There's like no work because they came in here with their mind. They wanted to remove it at the top of the meeting in the agenda. They had a great plan not to have a flood mitigation advisory committee because they weren't happy with people that were on it. They don't want to give the opportunity to everybody. Somehow this has become a political issue or a personal issue. Flood mitigation that has devastated our town became a personal and a political issue for you and for you and for you. And I am embarrassed. So sure, table it, do whatever you want to do. I will continue my work, and shame on you and shame on you.
Oh, and
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think if everybody's
Yeah,
done
we're good.
discussing,
So I think we should take a vote.
the vote is no.
Yeah. May I have a motion to wait? So if it's tabled, what is the motion?
It's a roll call.
Me or should Maggie do this?
It's not clear now whether the motion is tabled or continued to a second.
Oh, I don't know. Committeewoman Miggins, how important do you think it is for our community to come together and talk about flood mitigation?
I think it's very important. You seem to forget, Mayor Purvis,
Forget what?
that I lost my car and I almost lost my life that night. So
Amazing.
don't tell me
I won't.
that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I have no car. I had to have people rescue me. 911 didn't pick up the phone. I called Mr. McDonald.
So why
to
don't
try
you
and
want the
save
committee?
me. I do. I think there needs to be a little more research. So waiting 2 weeks or a month is not
A
going to
month?
stop
Oh
this.
my God.
A month.
A
We have
month.
been living
Okay.
with floods
We
for
can wait a month. I can't wait a month.
many years.
Glad
Do you
can
think
wait a
the
month.
businesses can wait a month?
Wow,
I
I'm
think
like,
that-
Maggie, you're a realtor. You sell these homes.
Okay, so
You sell these homes. Let's get this committee
A month.
started. It's already October. You're talking about November and December, 2 months. Let it get started. Let it get a format going. And then who's ever mayor next year, whoever is that going to be, and then the committee will again talk about these, like all the other committees that are formed. Everything gets reformed at the reorg, including the mayor and deputy mayor. Now, this is an opportunity that is so dire. I mean, I can't waste my breath because obviously I called you, Ms. Miggins, I called you, Mr. Vinayak. You both chose to not call me back because you knew I wanted to discuss this. And this is why, sadly, we're discussing it, Mr. Vinayak, please don't roll your eyes at me. This is why we're discussing it in public, which is not how we're supposed to be. This is not, and now we know why the Congress and the Senate is so dysfunctional. I've said this to all my friends, Millburn is the perfect microcosm of national politics.
It's not funny.
It's not funny. It's not.
We're talking about people's businesses, people's
Oh my
homes,
mine too.
people's lives,
Mine
and
too.
mine too.
And mine as well.
That's fine. Your
I
home
lost
got flooded.
My business.
So sorry for you.
My
Your business, I'm so sorry for you,
Yes.
Maggie Miggins.
Anyway, there's a,
So sorry.
You have a motion to table resolution 21-275.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
have not attached any date to consider that once again. If you'd like to do a motion again with a date that you would like to bring it back before the committee, you can do that.
I would like to put it at October 25th.
The 18th, right?
We have a
The
meeting on the
19th.
25th?
Yeah, so it'd be the 19th.
We could do it on the
Okay.
18th.
I'm so sorry, Millburn Township.
And I'm sorry for all these wonderful people who put their names out.
Yeah.
So now, Ms.
So
Miggins, I'm
sorry.
curious, do you want them to reapply?
I just, at this point, I think the motion is on the floor. I think a second to that motion, the mayor at this point should call for a roll
Oh,
call
it's a
vote.
roll call vote, please.
Miss Miggins,
I'm voting yes to table it.
Miss Stahl Eglo,
No.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Prupus,
No.
thank you.
Are welcome. This is a failure of our government. This is a complete failure of our government, and I'm sorry. Determining the forum, are there any resolution 21-276, determining the forum and other details of its note relating to water bank construction financing program, the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank, to be issued in principal amount up to $420,000, and providing for issuances and sales of such note to New Jersey Infrastructure Bank, and authorizing the execution and delivery of such note by the Township of Millburn in favor of the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank, all pursuant to the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank Water Construction Financing Program. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-276?
Not from me.
Nope. No one wants to table it? Are there any comments? May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-276?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Miss Miggins,
Yes.
Miss Stahl Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes.
Thank
Thank you. Yeah, may I have a motion to approve resolution? We're on 21-277 to ratify the emergency appropriations for Tropical Storm Ida economic stimulus response and recovery for the Millburn Special Improvement District, Millburn Short Hills Business Organization. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-277?
I do have a question. If the group that has raised money, since we are matching that, if they continue to raise money, do we now have the option to go forward and even if they don't raise more money, since now that we have heard from our businesses and how important this is, we have an option to do this at another time and put more money into the grant bank?
I think we always have the option to do that. And I think that's an incredible idea. I think we should be matching what the residents are putting in.
Right.
I think that has to happen at a later time.
Yeah, and I think you have to be careful at this point. You know, I think that's something to evaluate at the point in time and what mechanism you would utilize
Of
or
course.
how you'd go about
But
that.
it can be an ongoing,
It may be able to.
maybe. Okay, good.
Anyone else have a comment?
Oh, sorry.
Anyone else have a comment?
I just think it's a very important thing to do. You know, as we heard from all of our merchants, you know, some of them are really depending on these funds. And, you know, it's an investment in our town. It's an investment in our merchants. It's an investment in our commercial properties. And I certainly want to see this pass.
Committee Man Minaya?
No comment, Mayor.
No comment. Okay. I think this is so important that we give this to our businesses. And I think that we should be taking every effort to help our merchants, our residents, and to make sure that no one suffers again. And I think all of this should be the priority of our conversations. And I think it's urgent. So I'm, yes, I'm all in. All right, is there a motion? Do I want to call for a motion? Do you want to call for a motion?
Yeah, sure.
You can. Can I have a motion to approve resolution 21-277?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Take it, Sanjeev.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins? Ms. Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak? Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 21-278. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-278? May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-278?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Ms. Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Resolution 21, we just did 279, so we're 2128. 21279. All right, may I have a motion to approve resolution 21-279?
So moved.
Oh, may I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Ms. Eglo? Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Resolution 21-280.
I make a motion that we table resolution 21-280.
Oh, didn't we already table that?
No, the first resolution that you tabled until the next township committee meeting was to increase the size of the group to 14 members.
Got it.
This is the naming of the group. There is a motion on the floor.
All right, so are there any comments? Oh, we can talk about it all over again.
Can we still appoint them?
Are there any comments from committee in regards to resolution 21? Oh, there's a motion, so we can't.
Yes, for a
Is it
second.
correct? There's a motion and I would just suggest that as in last time that Committeewoman Miggins announced that if there's a date to your motion to table it until
Table. Motion to table 21-280 till the next township committee meeting, which is on October 19th.
Second the motion.
Discussion?
Oh, we should definitely discuss this.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so since we're, can we still appoint them, Mr. Falcon?
There's a table on, there's a motion on the table
I know.
to table this. And I would suggest that
Yeah,
unless
I
there
know.
is additional discussion from the township committee, that you call for a vote.
Is there anyone that wants to discuss this further?
Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. A
I'm
roll,
good.
roll call vote.
Yeah, there's a roll call to table it.
Miss Megan?
Yes, I call to table this, yes.
Miss Eglo?
No.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
No. Millburn Township, please engage in this. Oh, you have ordinance 2585
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to sponsor, I'd like to present an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2585-21, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance is the furtherance of the conditions of a settlement agreement resolving certain litigation brought by the Township of Millburn in the Superior Court of New Jersey, Law Division, Essex County, captioned in the matter of the Township of Millburn, docket number ESXL 2778-18, the litigation. The ordinance also adopts the zoning ordinance implementing the essential terms and conditions of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement will not become implemented until approved by the court at a fairness hearing that will be scheduled in the future by the court and will be the subject of a published notice that will set forth the date, time, and place of the fairness hearing and advise of an opportunity to be heard. The fairness hearing is in addition to and not in lieu of the statutory public hearing to be held on this ordinance as set forth at the requisite published notice. I think that I don't know if Ed is on the line or whether Mr. Falcon would like to just comment on the importance of this matter and just kind of go over what we're voting on.
To affect the part of the settlement agreement that deals with the Woodmont property. I should say Woodmont Properties. They currently are under contract with the water company to acquire a parcel on JFK Parkway on which to develop an inclusionary project. That property is not currently available for development because it's under a moratorium imposed by the state of New Jersey on watershed lands, taking them off the table for development. However, there is a process whereby a developer can go to the Watershed Review Board in the DEP to obtain a waiver of that requirement. So this ordinance is effective only if and when the Woodmont Properties application at the Watershed Review Board is approved.
Well, thank you, Mr. Falcon. And one last point, we are required to work on this tonight. We're required to pass this tonight, or the township faces sanctions of some sort. Can you just comment on that too?
Yes, there are time periods set forth in the settlement agreement, and this is in compliance with that schedule.
Right, so if we didn't take this up tonight, we would face penalties and fines and whatnot.
Yes.
Okay. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on the first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with the law in the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
A roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Stahl Eglo, Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Prupus. Thank you.
I'd like to present an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2587-21, Ordinance Amending and Supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance is in furtherance of the conditions of a settlement agreement resolving certain litigation brought by the Township of Millburn in the Superior Court of New Jersey, Law Division, Essex County, captioned the matter of Township of Millburn, docket number ESXL 2778-18, the litigation. The ordinance also adopts the zoning ordinance implementation, the essential terms and conditions of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement will not become implemented until approved by the court at a fairness hearing that will be scheduled in the future by the court and will be the subject of a published notice that will set forth the date, time, and place of the fairness hearing and advise of an opportunity to be heard. The fairness hearing is in addition to and not in lieu of the statutory public hearing to be held on this ordinance as set forth in the requisite published notice. Mr. Falcon, once again, could you help us with this?
Yes, along the same lines, this is one of the parcels that the settlement agreement requires that you rezone in order to provide for an inclusionary low and moderate income housing development, and is being done in accordance with the schedule, which, as you pointed out, the failure to do that could result in a penalty.
Great. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on the first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with the law in the item and for the hearing and final passage on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021.
Second.
Oh, are you the chairman? I'm excited. Go for it. You go for it. I'm so excited.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Stahl Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Prupus.
Yes. Ordinance 2589-21, former mayor.
Right, we're always gonna be.
Former mayor, Ms. Stahl Eglo is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2589-21.
I would like to present ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2589-21, authorizing the execution of a pedestrian easement agreement by and among the Township of Millburn, the Millburn Township Board of Ed, and the Stone Mountain Properties 806 LLC, the owner of the premises located at 806 Morris Turnpike. The purpose is proposed to authorize the execution of a pedestrian easement agreement which inter alia would establish a pedestrian easement across certain lands owned by the Township of Millburn. As we have learned when this was a few weeks ago, the easement was not built on the right piece of the property. This is just making everything kind of legal and kosher. So I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law in the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Stahl Eglo, Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Prupus.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miggins is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2581-21.
Let's go
Sanjay.
backwards, chapter.
Oh.
I will.
Mr. Vinayak is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2590-21.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to present an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2590-21. Ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulation and Zoning Ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance is to amend the Township of Millburn's zoning code to require a minimum of one on-site loading area for deliveries and move-in, move-out activities at multifamily housing developments that produce 5 or more dwellings units. This amendment to Section 607, off-street parking and loading, is to ensure that activities consistent with multifamily residential developments, such as loading and unloading, are provided for on-site and do not utilize public roadways for such purpose. You want to give any more details, Mr. McDonald?
No, I think that statement purpose says it all.
Okay. Then I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed in first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with the law in the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021.
Does anyone want to give a second?
Second.
A roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Ms. Paul Eglo? Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 2581-21. Ms. Megan is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2581-21.
Yes, Mayor, this is, may I present for consideration an ordinance entitled designating the Parcel Family Cemetery at 358 White Oak Ridge Road as a historic landmark pursuant to the Historic Preservation Ordinance of the Township of Millburn. Can you say this tonight? Final, because we're open up. You can speak about it.
I declare the hearing open. You read the rest that you were supposed to do. I declare the hearing open. Does anyone want to make any comments about declaring the parcel family cemetery?
I would just like to make a comment that this is currently land and a piece of property that is owned by the township. It's not a private piece of property. It is not a commercial piece of property. It is owned by the township.
Correct.
Sponsored too.
I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Ms. Paul Eglo? Mr. Vinayak? Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus? Thank you.
Ordinance 2582-21. Ms. Miggins is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2582-21.
Yes, thank you. I present for consideration an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2582-21, ordinance designating the Parcel House at 363 White Oak Ridge Road as a historic landmark pursuant to the Historic Preservation Ordinance of the Township of Millburn. Tonight is the time to set for public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open.
I would also like to point out, this is also a piece of property that is owned by the township. The township has spent a lot of money restoring this piece of property. It's still not ready for any use that I'm aware of, but it is also not a commercial piece of property. It is not privately owned. It is owned by the township.
I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Would everyone please just speak into the mics? Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Ms. Paul Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 2582-21. Ms. Miggins is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2583-21.
I would like to call to table Resolution 2583-21 in light of a letter that we received from the owner of this property's attorney, who I believe might be in attendance and would wish to speak to this. I think this should be tabled to another time. After this, we can hear more from this people who own this privately owned piece of land.
I'll second that for you. Sure. Second. A roll call vote, please, or a discussion.
A discussion. I would like to read the letter into record from the attorney. This is the second time we've received this letter. Dear Mayor Prupus and Township Committee members, this letter is submitted on behalf of the Partnership for a Drug-Free New Jersey, a nonprofit entity that has owned the property at 155 Millburn Avenue since 2007. Following acquisition of the property, the partnership devoted significant resources to renovation of the building and maintenance of the property, which is used as the main office for the partnership, which engages in activities and programs to combat drug abuse and related social problems. In recognition of the publicly beneficial character of the partnership, McCarter and English LLP provides legal services on a pro bono basis. The partnership was surprised to discover that its property had been targeted for designation as a historic site or landmark, notwithstanding its unquestioned stewardship of the property over the past 14 years. The partnership does not question historic preservation values, but is very concerned that the proposed designation will needlessly add another layer of regulation, resulting in additional costs and resultant diversion of the partnership's limited resources away from beneficial programs. Unfortunately, these concerns were raised unsuccessfully with representatives of the Township Historic Preservation Committee, which has an overriding focus on historic preservation. The partnership respectfully requests that the Township Committee defer action on proposed ordinance 2583-21 at this time and direct due and deliberate consideration of the public justification and necessity for imposition of an additional layer of regulation on beneficial entities like the partnership. In the alternative, the partnership asks that the Township Committee consider adopting an ordinance amendment to exempt nonprofit organizations like the partnerships from application fees under historic preservation ordinance and other land use regulations as expressly authorized by NJSA 40:55D8c. The statutory provision reflects a clear legislative acknowledgement of the property of providing deferential treatment for nonprofit publicly beneficial entities in order to facilitate their activities. Careful appreciation of the parties concerned would be greatly appreciated. And the reason I'm reading this is because there was another, the Historic Preservation Committee hired their own consultant to provide us reports. When that happened, I was pretty certain that they were hiring consultants who had not been involved, who'd been on their payroll, to give us an independent report. So of course, the Historic Preservation Committee got the report they wanted, okay? This is a private piece of property. There was another report on Short Hills Village, I believe it's called, which is owned by somebody in town. Ms. Miggins is rents a piece of property from there. A tenant. Now, that person was given deferential treatment. He was provided a private meeting in Ms. Miggins' real estate office with Ms. Canfield and somebody else discussing the benefits of historic preservation. They're not being on tonight's agenda. There was a planning board meeting where one of the planning board members somehow had the director's email, his cell phone, and he was phoned and he said, "Are you in favor of this?" And I can't remember the exact conversation. I don't want to paraphrase it incorrectly, but he said there was a letter that was by Ms. Canfield, the HPC, that he didn't receive. He was not made aware of this. He was never given the same opportunity as Ms. Miggins' landlord. I don't know if that's a seriously conflict of interest there, but all of a sudden, that one has disappeared from our agenda. This one, we have received the same legal letter that was Mr. Nalit's objection to having his property also to be declared historic. He's owned it for many, many years. He has many tenants. It's a burden, it's an imposition. They're not interested. They keep their property well. So I am asking that we table this. We give them a proper hearing that they were not afforded. They were not afforded a nice private meeting in a beautiful office. And I am really not comfortable with the way the process, as I've said many times, my very good friend grew up in that house. I'm intimately knowledgeable of that house. But the process of taking someone's property and declaring it historic without a hearing against their best interest is just not, in my opinion, the way we should be doing township business. So.
Mayor, may I ask a question? We're lucky, oh, sorry. We're lucky enough to have our HPC chair here. And I think that it behooves us to ask her to address Committeewoman Eglow's
Well,
concern.
there's a motion. Is there a motion? Do we
Well,
need to
this is
follow
just-
through with the motion?
There's a second. Correct. You're having a discussion among the committee right
Got it.
Can we ask, is it out of order just because we're talking about the
Right.
subject? I'd actually like to hear what our
They could do it at a
HPC chair has
hearing.
to
Why can't we just afford them, a table it tonight, afford them a proper hearing where Ms. Canfield can speak? And the attorney then would have to get up and speak tonight. And I mean, do we want to go that route tonight? Or are we willing to table that like we tabled the,
How does the
Did it-
process work? If we table this today for the next meeting, then this comes for second hearing again for next meeting?
You have to re-advertise the ordinance.
Wait, excuse me, we do actually, we're not calling out.
We have an attorney here. We have our own attorney.
I'm sure someone else would have corrected me as well.
Mr. Falcon,
Right. excuse me,
Mr.
guys.
Falcon,
Thank you.
could you speak to that?
Yes.
So if we, I have a question. If two people wish to table it and three people don't wish to table it, then what happens?
That's why there will be a vote.
is defeated.
Before I make my vote, I just want to understand, if we table this today, would we be able to hear this application in the next township meeting as a second reading? We can? So it comes back the same way? Okay.
All right, so there is a motion to table, and now is the discussion over, or does anyone else want to add to the discussion on the motion to table?
I would like to add one more thing. The person, this entity would like a proper hearing to discuss this in front of the HPC or however the attorney would like to proceed. So he would have to have his chance to counter why they don't want this before we get to vote again in 2 weeks. But that hearing should take place in front of the HPC.
And that didn't happen till now?
No, that's not true. So, Mr. Falcon, if I may.
I can say that I have to take exception to what Ms. Eagle has said.
Correct. Could you speak
As far
up a
as I'm
little for everyone
concerned,
to hear?
and my review of the proceedings so far is the proper hearings have occurred. This is properly before you for action, if you choose to take action, or you may defer it to another date. But I am not of the view that there's been any improper hearings or failure to have a hearing. As a matter of fact, there's been an additional, I think there was an additional meeting, or maybe this was referenced during the course of this conversation with the attorney and the property owner over and above everything else. But I don't think there was any failure to have a hearing.
There was no failure to have a hearing, and in addition to that, we did have a Zoom call with Mr. Hall on it, Ms. Canfield, Mr. Valente, who is Partnership for the Drug Free of America, a representative of Andy Brewer from Mr. Falcon's office, and myself discussing how the whole situation happened, where they were served notice. Everything was followed, proper procedures and guidelines. Although they because of COVID, they didn't get it, they said, but we had evidence that they did. It doesn't matter, but they were.
And they had the opportunity on coming here on the first meeting as well?
Correct.
Right, okay, thank you.
Correct. Correct.
Woman Eglow, would you object to giving Ms. Canfield 2 or 3 minutes just to clarify this?
There's actually going to be a hearing, so we just have to get through this motion to
Well-
table, and then we will have the hearing.
But if we don't table it tonight, if 3 people on this committee decide to
Move
not
forward
move
with it,
forward
we will
with
have
it,
the hearing.
then we'll have the
All
hearing.
right, so it looks like we're heading that direction. Let's just do one thing at a time. So there's a motion to table.
Okay.
There's a second. Now there's a roll call. Vote, please.
Ms. Meggins?
No.
Ms. Saul Eglow?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
No.
Is that a no?
No.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Wasserman? That's a no?
No.
Thank you. Mayor Prupit?
No. So now we are going back to declaring the hearing open. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this matter? We will have a 3-minute time limit. Please respect. Please state your name and your affiliation.
Gary Hall, McCarter and English. I'm the attorney. But Mr. Valente, the executive director, couldn't be here tonight. It's unfortunate. And for that reason alone, I'd ask that you not decide it tonight. And also ask you not decide it tonight because this has been the most bizarre meeting I've ever sat through. And I think at 9:45, after everything that happened, it would be irresponsible for you to vote on this. I mean, I'm serious. And forget about what happened before. The real issue is the partnership is a nonprofit. They do good things. They're not here asking you for money. They're not asking for help. They're asking you to leave them alone. Don't micromanage the use of their property. They've been using it fine for the past 14, 15 years, whatever. They don't want to be designated. And there's no reason to single them out and do that. Regardless of how we got here, and I'm not going to split hairs about who said what to who, it's irrelevant. We're here tonight. And I sent a letter. She read it into the record. But that's the issue is, why are you doing this? What motivated you? Not you, the commission, whoever. They're a nonprofit. They're minding their own business. They're doing good things. And you adopt this ordinance and best intentions, I'm not disputing best intentions, but the reality is you add another layer of regulation, it costs money, extra money that should be going to a good cause, not to consultants and fees. I mean, that's really what this is about. And I said, Mr. Valente, the executive director, he was on the Zoom call. And I will say that happened. I'll agree. Won't comment beyond that because what we're asking for is a balanced consideration. That Zoom call was historic preservation advocates, and that's great for them. But you got to balance that objective with common sense and fairness and a recognition of the reality of the situation. Is there any threat here that the partnership is going to do wrong? They've been there they improved the building, they spent money. I was there tonight. It looks great. It looks historic. It looks great, but they've been there minding their own business, doing their good work. And we just ask you not to do this, frankly, or if you are going to do it, take a step back, think about it, not hear from the historic people. We know why they want to do it. The question is it fair and reasonable? Do you need to do it? That's my view. And I said, don't make a rush judgment on that. I mean, setting aside the debate on flood, that's an emergent thing. You got to deal with it. There's no emergency here to rush through and wrap it up, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I just don't see it. And I'd ask you to just carry it, give it some thought, and not decide it at almost 10 o'clock after a long and trying meeting. That's all. And I appreciate your consideration of that.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions, I do have a representative here if you have questions about what the partnership does.
It is a hearing, so you also can come up and speak for 3
As I
minutes
said,
if you'd
Mr.
like.
Valenti would have been here, but he had a conflict tonight.
Thank you.
And he can come back. If you put it off, he'll come at the next time.
Mayor, may I ask one question?
Of who?
Gentlemen.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I just want.
Richard, into the mic.
Sorry. And I do appreciate all the good work that you do and your organization. But I'll start out with that. But I do want to ask you, do you not see the historic value of the Hessian House? I mean, is there not an argument to be made that this should be a protected property? I mean,
It is protected now by being owned and managed by a nonprofit.
Yeah, but you just sell it and make money and we live in an era of affordable housing and I'm just saying things could change, things in our town change rapidly. So I'm asking you, isn't there a case to be made that there's a historic significance to Hessian House?
Oh, certainly a case can be made. The question is how you handle that. I mean, I think it's different. I mean, you did 2 township-owned properties tonight. Great. You own it already.
But
Why, there's a case to be made, why bother? Because you already own it there. But here, the issue is does it justify imposing a burden upon a nonprofit entity to added regulation? And as I say, good intentions, I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing there's historic value there and they have good intentions. What I am questioning is weighing that against the good work done by the partnership as a nonprofit.
And how would that, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but how would that interfere in your mission? In other words, you got the designation, you guys continue operating and, and which we're happy about, but how does that hinder you?
Because reading that ordinance, I know you tried to tighten it up. As I read that ordinance, just about anything you want to do in that building to maintain or fix it or change it requires approval. And you can say, oh, it's a minor work. There's some term in there.
Minor work review.
Even that, you got to go through a process to get a judgment on that. You can't make that judgment yourself, and it costs time and money. You got to hire extra consultant work to do that. I mean, this is what I do, and I'm back to saying, I'm not the partnership. I'm their attorney. As I put in the letter, just to avoid any question, we represent them pro bono. I've been sitting here tonight for free. They're not getting a bill for this. We're doing it. It's a good thing, and I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, and there's no rush. I'm not saying never, whatever. And maybe there's room to come up with some way that works, that gives you a comfort level, that gives the owner, the nonprofit, a comfort level. Maybe there's some middle ground we can find that protects the building and doesn't require this added level of regulation. I mean, I don't see the rush.
Thank you for your comment. Let's see if
Okay.
anyone else would like to speak. Please. Everybody who wants to speak will have an opportunity to speak.
Hello, thank you. I'm Allison Canfield.
Can you take your mask off, please?
I'm
Thanks.
sorry. I'm
Thank you.
Historic Preservation Commission Chair. Thank you for listening to me this evening. Designation is bigger than really all of us, and I'd like to explain that. Is that right now the Drug Free for New Jersey is a steward of this particular property. I'm asking you to designate it so we can manage that piece of it, the HPC, in case it gets sold, it never gets torn down, like some of our historic properties that we haven't been able to save. For me, the urgency of this is I came to all of you and asked you for funding to do so, is to designate and do my job. And I have no message to give you as to why we haven't done it in 40 years, but I did do my job exactly by the Municipal Land Use Board, and Kit can confirm that they did get a notice sent, certified mail. Because they didn't receive it is not something that I have to run out and reach and make sure. I don't even see what comes back. On an average, we get about half of those that are sent out certified mail. So that's the surrounding area also. So what I'd like you to consider here is that this property, no doubt, is historic. It dates back to the 1700s, Civil War. It was housed the British soldiers and the Hessian soldiers. So that's documented. And as you all received, again, from our consultant, that is not paid by me, but by the town, all of you. So he is not hired to do what I ask him to do. He is hired to do what he is asked to do. He is a professional. And that is to look at the historic piece of this particular Hessian house, as in the parcel houses and in any future. If you look at it, a non-for-profit is the perfect person or business to go into these historic properties. And so when I look at this, I'm asking you is to look at this as we're all stewards of these properties. And I hope that my children actually see that Hessian house and their children, and it remains as it is. And the only way to do that is to designate it.
I have a question for Ms. Canfield. Oh, go ahead.
The
Mayor.
Hessian house suffer any flooding?
I don't think so. I think it's up high, pretty high. I
No
don't
water
think
damage?
They would be able to maybe tell.
They were fine during the storm? The Hessian house, was it fine during the storm?
Yeah, no.
Ada, so, no doubt. Minor flooding in the basement.
Ms. Canfield, you said it was not your responsibility to follow up if they received your certified letter. Yet in the same vein, why was Ms. Committeewoman Miggins' landlord had a private meeting that you, and this was a letter we received, that you were attended, Ms. Miggins attended, and I believe one of your other HPC people attended, trying to talk about the advantages of turning Short Hills, I don't know if you call that Short Hills Village.
Short Hills Village.
Into a historic. The landlord was not in favor of that. He also then followed up with a legal letter from his lawyer saying, we do not want this. This is not in our favor. It's not our benefit. And somehow he's not on the agenda. I don't know where that, I'm asking you, where is that standing now? Because that is given preferential treatment because it is Ms. Miggins' landlord. And I don't know if that was ethical to even have taken place.
He sits on the Historic Preservation Committee.
Right, but it took place in Ms. Miggins' office.
No,
So-
doesn't the owner of that property that you're questioning also sit on the historic?
I think he was put on
Right.
it after that meeting.
So what happened was, because you're mixing apples and oranges, and that's okay, Diane. Let me just get your mind clear on this. So what happened was Peter was talking to me, Mr. Nowell was talking to me about his roof and talking about how his daughter-in-law, Jamie, loved the building and that they would never do anything to the building. And I said, you should speak to Allison at HPC because HPC is always looking to protect properties, very similar to it's escaping me. We just lost 2 buildings this week and last week from the 1800s, right across the street from Town Hall. 2 buildings that should have been designated, but never were designated. So we had 2 buildings that were knocked down. So what the HPC is trying to do and has been trying to do for 40 years is protect those buildings and protect, and that's why we have districts. We have the Wyoming district. We have the Short Hills district. We have homes within the district that are designated historic homes. And then we have homes that are not designated historic, but are in the district themselves. But when we met with Mr. Nowell, it was to just discuss the property. It was never, there was never any notices sent. It was just a regular conversation. When we talked about designating a historic Hessian house from the 1700s that is on record as being historic. And when the Partnership for Drug Free of America bought the house, we have many pictures, lots of documentation, people knowing that it was historic.
I'm questioning why Mr. Nowlett's attorney sent us an equivalent letter of this.
I don't know. I can't
What
speak.
happened to his app? Why is his thing not, he has the same
Excuse me,
report.
I think I can answer
Yeah,
that
okay.
question. I really didn't want to go into that, but Mrs. Zeglow, I think you have a timeline completely confused.
I might, 'cause
wrote a letter
I'm
to
not
the
a liaison to
Township Committee.
HPC.
I gave the timeline of exactly what happened with Mr. Nowell. Ms. Miggins did not introduce me to Mr. Nowell. It was one of my own commissioners, Robert Frankel, introduced me to Mr. Nowell, had worked with him in the past to ask him to come on to the Historic Preservation Commission. I thought that was a great idea because he did own historic properties. At that date is when we discussed, after we had already asked him to be on the commission,
I agree with you.
then we brought him forward to ask him if he was interested. I spoke to his attorney. They were very, very interested. I'm not sure what changed his mind months later that he's no longer interested, but he does sit on our commission. So the timeline with that, Ms. Eglow, is wrong.
Okay, fine.
And we
I
did
agree with
not
you.
put up, and I've said this to you multiple times.
So where does his application, where is that stand? Like, why is that not on tonight's agenda?
Because it was never,
So the
it was never
Historic
designated.
Preservation did not pursue that property for historic preservation.
And we probably
Correct.
would have if the delays were not on these. We are concentrating on these issues at this very moment. We're concentrating on the new survey that we have for grant dollars that are coming up this week to reimburse the town. And we're working on the historic element of the master plan.
Okay, so for the record, Mr. Nallett's attorney sent a letter saying that they were not interested, this is not in their best interest. That had nothing to do with why his bill is not being pursued.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Ms. Canfield, I just have one last question,
Yes.
just to wrap this up. Will the designation cost this nonprofit money? I mean, are we worried that you're gonna designate them and that this is gonna cost them a lot of money?
Let me just explain that, and I can't, Mr. Feld, so thank you. If it is an exemption, it's free. So in other words, that includes painting, repairs, replacement in kind. Anything that they've currently done to this house would have been free. There would have been no fee. We would have come out, take a look at what they're doing. It takes about 1 week for us to get out there, and sometimes on an average right now, we're shooting about 2 or 3 days. I personally go out, Barton goes out, we look at the property. For a minor application, it's $200. That's really anything that's public and visible from a public right of way. Okay, so then they'd come in, apply for an application. That means windows, that means doors, shutters, whatever that is that needs to be replaced, the roof. As long as you can see it from the public right of way, it's a $200 application fee. Does not delay them going and doing the work. It does not delay them to going into the building department. A regulatory means is an addition, a demolition, new construction, then that is a $200 application fee. Then there's a $750 escrow that goes, and it takes approximately about 1 month to get not through just to us, but also through the building department before they get approval to do so. So we have been working quite closely with the building department. We work very well. The application comes to us. We then get it back to the building department ASAP. So we're talking, I wouldn't say minimal, because in some situations they're not minimal fees, but I wanted to give you actually what that would be. So, and not only that, but to mention that there are millions of dollars in preservation grants. And again, that Barton's here to help with, if the property's designated, to help pay for additional repairs, et cetera.
And just one, and the last thing I'm gonna ask you is, and you think it's essential for their historic value that this designation happens because it's a historically important site?
It is one of our most historic sites. And yes, I do believe that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Does anyone else want to make a public comment during this open hearing?
Yes, I do. My name is Jeffrey Feld. I live in Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey. I've been watching this process. First, I would heed the comment. All the McCarter and English is asking for is to have another meeting. I don't understand that. And listen to the comment that he made, that he's never witnessed a meeting, a public meeting like this. When we were talking about procedure, in July, the planning board, they had a hearing. And at that time, they made a reference, he was on the Zoom call, that they said that he should be provided a hearing. August 17th, a letter is sent. September 1st, during the abbreviated meeting, Attorney Brewer gave a speech about due process and have reasonable opportunity to be heard. Whether you mail it, that's a rebuttable presumption. At the last planning board meeting, the former Mayor Bear abstained from voting because he had problems about whether they were provided a hearing, a proper meeting. I mean, when we look back this year about the Historical Preservation Committee, starting from January-ish, their line item from the year before to this year has been increased by approximately 300%. The Historical Preservation Committee also said that they were excluded from the amended master plan process in 2018. When we talk about procedure and you talk about the facts, earlier this evening, you approved 3 pieces of municipal legislation because the last meeting, You didn't do the proper process. The reason you had to do the easement, because I wrote you a letter that proved an easement you had to do by ordinance. When we talk about the monies going through the SID, about the appropriations, you didn't tell the public that you changed the statute authority that you went through based on my letter. I'm just saying to you, be cautious. That's McCarter English. That's a major law firm in this state. You're now relying on the advice of counsel that you already seen tonight in 3 different areas that the advice that they gave you on procedure of various things was wrong. Be careful.
Does anyone else want to make a public comment in this hearing? Okay.
So I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
Is there a second?
Second.
A roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Ms. Stahl Eglo? Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus? I'm sorry, Mayor Prupus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Vinayak is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2586-21.
Thank you, Mayor. I present for consideration an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2586-21, Bond Ordinance to authorize the installation of field lighting and a scoreboard at the lighting field in, by, and for the Township of Millburn in the County of Essex, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $330,000 to pay the cost thereof, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds. Mr. McDonald, you want to give some explanation on it, please?
Yes, this is the library field lighting project, which the Recreation Department has done a lot of fundraising and donations have come in for. The vast majority of this project has been secured by donation. So there is, and I know you had asked me this question prior to the meeting, and I just want to clarify, there is a small portion of this as the donation comes in from Investors Bank in installments, that the township will end up having a small piece of debt on. I believe it's about $90,000. However, everything else in this bond is paid for by donation. I just wanted to clarify that. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open. If anyone would like to make a comment, please come to the podium, state your name, and be respectful of the 3-minute comment time.
Again, my name is Jeffrey Feld. This goes back to more the procedure. I'm not in opposition right now to the lighting of the fields, because the fields historically has always been a historical issue of the need for them. The question is the procedure of approving the bond ordinance. I've been asked for the supplemental debts. This is like a letter of credit transaction. You have to make sure you have the pieces of paper to do this. The first one is the supplemental debt statement. I had to make an Oprah request. I received it on October 1st. It was dated by your former CFO as of August 17th. First reading was September 1st. The supplemental debt statement should have been done as of the date of the first reading. Second, one of the things is about the amended capital budget. The Oprah response I received from the town on October 1st is basically, go find the needle in the haystack. I sent to you by email a copy of an amended capital budget resolution that the state required Orange to adopt. I'm asking for that piece of paper. I have not seen it. Be careful of procedure. It goes back to what I said before. This is not the question of whether we need the field. It's the question of whether you go through the process and you can show the documentation that you have. Because one of the things you did earlier today was approve the SID appropriation the second time. The question is, was there a certification from our new CFO that it complied for the rules regarding the statute? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Does anyone else like to make a comment during the public hearing?
Mr. McDonald, you want to answer that question on the process or?
No.
No. Okay. I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed in final reading in accordance with law.
Is there a second?
Second.
A roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Ms. Eglo? Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to old business. The recreational field up at JFK Parkway. Mr. McDonald, do you have an update for us?
The only update I have is that I just wanted to provide a bit of a timeline for the township committee, but also sort of use this opportunity to get consensus that we can continue or start to move forward with the necessary steps. One of those being to address the magnitude of work, engineering, scope, pricing, as well as any DEP permits that may be needed up there. So we had originally done a DPW facility ad hoc study up there, to address to take a look at the land and see whether it was suitable for building. There was an area of about 5.5 acres that was determined that it's suitable for some sort of development, whether that be fields or, a portion of the DPW site or something like that. But I think our next step is to begin to spend a little bit of funding to alert the DEP, see if there's any restrictions, see if there's any permits that are required there. This also kind of goes hand in hand with the other items that are looking to go up there, and just looking for the committee's commitment or consensus that we can start to do that. I know that there's a desire to get this project moving, but I would like to explain a little bit of the timeline. Currently, in about 2 weeks, the township's Department of Public Works will start going around to the zones and picking up leaves. When those leaves are picked up, they are dumped at the JFK site and they are put into windrows where they compost. Now, that process will need to continue throughout the fall, October, November, December, at which point, once those windrows are set up, we can then start the process of working toward the field and vacate those windrows earlier than we do normally, which is somewhere in August, where they fully decomposed and got to a point where somebody will come pick them up for the township. With that too, the township's operation will change when it comes to leaf collection. Not how we service our residents, but more so where those leaves go after the fact. Right now, we pick up those leaves, we take them to the windrows. We would have to go out to bid for that service to take those leaves that we pick up for the residents and take them to a composting facility so that we could utilize that space for the purposes that the committee has desired to do so. So really just looking for the green light to go ahead, spend some funds. I'll make sure that that's communicated to the committee. If it has to go out, anything has to go with the bid, obviously we'll look for authorization to go out to bid and sort of start our exploration with DEP to make sure that site is suitable to do so.
Great. Is there consensus from the committee to have Mr. McDonald investigate and further this work?
Yes.
Certainly.
Yes.
Great. We can all agree on a field. Dogs in Taylor Park. Number 2 of old business. Mr. McDonald, do you want to give us an update?
I do. And I'm not sure if I certainly don't want to step on Committeeman Vinayak's toes.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So there's been some discussion and, this has been around in the township for some time with regard to dogs in the park, in particular Taylor Park, and want to be clear on that dogs are prohibited in all parks in the township. However, there's been discussion about whether those rules should be lessened in Taylor Park, which, does have a lot of dog activity in and around it and in the neighborhoods that surround it. The Rec Commission has finally come forward with a recommendation to do a pilot program in Taylor Park for the next 6 months at the Township Committee's approval. And so, but they've outlined some rules which were provided to the Township Committee. In particular, just to read a few, no dog walker should have more than 2 dogs, that dogs must wear a current license, and they must be securely confined to a, by someone that's 13 years or older with a 6-foot leash. There is a path that has been sort of designated by the Rec Commission that would be for dogs. Dogs would not traverse across the park. They would more do a large loop around the park and stay to the periphery. Dog etiquette would be, adhered to. One of the, I think, questions and always, one of the concerns when you go through these things is, how will it be enforced? And I think that there's got to be a discussion internally about that and how we would go about making sure that those items are enforced and that people have an enjoyable experience in Taylor Park and that, dogs are, allowed to be there safely if the committee decides to go forward with this pilot. Again, it would be a 6-month pilot. I've asked for the rec department to provide a way that or metrics they would utilize to determine whether this is successful or not. Certainly if you do a pilot and everybody says, oh, well, I loved it, and they're all dog owners, and everybody says, oh, I hate it, and they're all not, so you're going to get the spectrum on this. And so they've come up with, certainly, the number of complaints from both the police department, animal control services, health department, and the recreation department. And then the number of infractions, as well as feedback from residents regarding new dog rules. I think we need to, also continue to vet that and make sure that we have additional criteria or items that they can use as a metric to judge its success. And that might be also random surveying in the park, of people who are there just to enjoy the park and not necessarily they're walking their dog. But signage will be very clear and very necessary in this. So happy to answer any questions. That's a lot of information, but certainly that is what it is. So
I have one question. When we do this, are there gonna, you may have mentioned this, maybe I didn't catch it. Are there gonna be those cleanup baggies that they have at dog parks? I mean, are we gonna supply, those plastic, poop, I guess, yeah, poop bags. I think, I mean, I know the rec department looked at this and they do such great work for us. I mean, shouldn't we put like a pole of poop bags up so we don't, beg the question of, we want to avoid having a problem. And I think it would behoove us to, if we're going to try it, to put those, I don't know if you guys talked about it. I'm just asking a question.
It's a good question. And I think if we are doing a 6-month pilot, these are the things that will come up. We should be prepared. So I agree with Committeeman Wasserman on at least putting in some of those there so we are not making a mess out there.
Yeah. I think we should, as part of the project, I would like to make sure that's paid for, that we have some.
1 or 2 of those, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that, and they're very common at all of the dog places. So if you go to a dog run or.
And where do you have a designated garbage to dispose it in?
Well, that's part of this.
That's what they're going to carry it home or
No,
take it to the garbage?
people walk their dogs all the time and
We
put
have
the
to make
poop
sure
in the
there's
garbage.
and we have to make
There's
sure
garbage
poop
cans in
bags.
Taylor Park.
I just think it's important that we do both of those things.
So obviously there's some, I mean, there's more to it than just, having a stanchion or a station. But it's certainly something we can look into.
Well, I think you have to, if you're gonna want a successful project, because people have been asking for this for years, you should have the stanchions at the entrances, maybe 3 entrances at the park, wherever this path is, and provide them. I can't see that that could break the bank of the rec department. They're ready to build a $2 million field up on JFK. So I think
I'm not
that,
suggesting it does.
yes, I think that should just be part of this pilot project. I'm sure Mr. Hogan can go out and purchase them in short time. I think that is just, because then you're gonna have people saying there's poop, and then you've destroyed the project unintentionally.
Maybe curb your dogs, or, signs too, like a fine, or like pick up after your dog or something.
Well, I assume they're gonna have some signage.
Yes.
Usually the signs are on those stanchions. If you walk around the reservoir, they're,
We want our
Yes.
pets.
Okay, is there any other comments from the committee?
Do you need a consensus on this or you're good?
Correct.
We have a
Yes.
consensus on it.
Okay.
I hear it.
Great.
Thank
New business. Douglas to Town Hall Road, to Town Hall Plaza Road, returning and restoring the second lane. We have been talking about this for a number of years now. I personally, it's something that I would like to see happen. It was one of the elements of the Complete Streets program that was referenced earlier tonight. I think that there is a huge bottleneck, and I think it would allow for to open up, allow cars to continue to move and reduce the amount of traffic. And just, I think that it is smart for us to look at this. The engineering department, Christine Bugle, has already started this work from previous administrations. She's working on it. If it's okay with the committee, she will come to the next meeting, the November 5th, the November meeting, and present how much it would cost, what the process would be. So we're just looking to see if there's consensus for her to prepare to come on November 5th to give us all the details of this work.
and that's an easy yes for me, Mayor.
Is there any comments, committees from the rest of the committee first?
I think it sounds like a solid thing to do, and we just want to make sure it's done right.
Committeewoman Miggins, do you have a?
Sounds awesome.
No comment.
No comment? Okay, so we have consensus on that. Something under new business, I would like to bring up that at the last committee, there were people from Glen Avenue that came to talk about that piece of property in next to, that they were talking about becoming a parking lot for the field. I would like to propose that we investigate putting a rain garden there or trees, just to kind of seal up that conversation. It would help with some flood mitigation, so that will never be, well, no one can say never, but under our administration and to be continued, would not be a parking lot and would actually add flood mitigation benefits to our communities. So how does the rest of the committee feel about that at this point?
So would you be interested in considering a parking area that has perky pavement, like it has gravel and it would have a drainage pit underneath it, maybe surrounded by a rain garden? Because when that turf field went in, they always felt there would be some need for some overflow parking. So if that could be done with consideration that we don't want to flood the houses there, but if there could be some overflow parking with a rain garden or some trees in addition.
So, my answer and my desire is that people can go park in the deck and people can walk. It's not very far. And I do not think that should be a parking lot at all. So I think it should be a rain garden, or we should plant some trees. We should talk to the right people we need to talk to about this, but I do not think it should be a parking lot. And I think we should, make that decision sooner than later. So
I see what you're saying, Mayor. Did this come from the rec committee? Because they were looking into putting the field lights and then there was a parking project after that coming along. Is that something that we need to discuss with them at all, or we're good?
Yeah, I think that in the end, the committee, assuming that it's our property, I think first and foremost,
Is it our, oh, we have to.
But yeah, I think we just need to, I think what we need to do is do a little bit of investigation to make
If
sure.
it wasn't our property, would it be the?
Board of Ed's.
The Board of Ed. Okay,
Correct.
so we need to clarify whose
So
property that is.
we certainly,
and
we
then-
certainly do. And then I think that this started with the fact that the rec department was hoping that that would eventually be a parking lot for the field. As you know, at the last committee meeting, I said that there is no intention at this time to put in a parking lot. And that was the truth, and there is no intention to put in a parking lot. But as the mayor said, you can't ever say never. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what the need will be of that field, its demands when it has light. You know, you never know what the demand might be and whether you can satisfy that demand in another way.
So when this lighting, sorry.
But I'm just saying that at this point, if the committee decides that they would like to do, and assuming that it is our property to do it,
Let's find out if it's our property, and then we can continue this conversation.
Sure.
And I might recommend or suggest if it is our property, you know, we have a new planner. You know, I don't know if we'd like him to just take a look at it as one of the things that we hear from him on. But I would recommend that maybe that's something that he could take a look at as part of his work.
I just want, again, everything we are saying here is, I'm all on board with that. But when we started this lighting project, when these guys were talking about it, they had two projects on the table. And I know there were some people in there who wanted to do both the projects, but it was tabled to do one project at a time. And I think they had a reasoning where there was too many cars parked in the library and they couldn't find parking in order to make extra parking for that field. That is what probably that was identified. Now, I think there's a library commission that was also looking for that parking to happen. All I'm saying is just maybe pass it through them as well, what we are intending to do.
Yes.
Not saying that
Agreed.
my intentions are not to do what we are talking about here, but just let them know. The rec and library.
I think it was originally when this went in a few years ago, it's when the deck was filled with commuters and the library was filled with commuters, things have obviously changed. And as Mr. McDonald says, you don't know what's going to happen in 2 or 3 years. So let's find out, like the mayor says, who owns the property, and we can then make decisions.
Sounds like a good idea. Okay, any other topics of new business or old business for that matter, because I forgot to ask from the committee?
This will be 2 seconds. Coming up Main Street, when you make a right onto Ridgewood into South Mountain, when that no red on red first went up, it was 24 hours. We then changed it to school hours. Alex, what is it?
It's weekday.
Weekday. So a lot of people from South Mountain would like that to either say when children are present or school days, because I'm just speaking from people who I know from my neighborhood, something that I've been asked to bring up several times and it never seemed to be the right time. So I'm bringing it up as something we could consider in the future, amending that sign to be more neighborhood friendly and realistic.
So
maybe the traffic department can look at that.
Alex, you're gonna give that to the traffic department?
I'm writing it down right now.
Awesome, awesome. All right, perfect. Anything else for new business? Okay, we are now at the public comment portion of our meeting. When you are ready to speak, please come forward, state your name and your address. Please be mindful of the 3 minutes. I think we all in the room know how it works. Good evening. Perry
Good
Urso. Just hoping that you would give me a little extra time because I wasn't going to be here tonight. You didn't take my call earlier. I want to talk about Resolution 21-277 and Ordinance 2589-21. It appears that someone is reading attorney-resident letters. Does this committee owe Mr. Jeffrey Feld a public apology, who happened to leave earlier this evening to marry off his daughter? There appears to be a lot of activity up on Upper Millburn Avenue. With that, there's been a lack of zoning enforcement. How is this committee prepared to handle the parking and the garbage requirements? Where does the responsibility lie? Is it on the township, the landlords, the realtors, or the merchants? When was the meter collection outsourced? What happened to our animal control employees? And was there any savings to the township? Kindly explain the proper procedures required for events that are held on either township or private property. I actually emailed the Explore Millburn, CC'd several of you, and requesting certain documents. And I got an answer that, to my questions, as far as no records response to your request, asking them for approvals from private property owners, insurance policies, and permits. I'm just speaking and came to my recollection that I once hosted a private event and I had certain protocols I had to go through. So I just want to know today in 2021, what are the protocols today with Millburn Township? Considering there was a specific line item within the bill list for Mariziti and Falcone, so why did the township attorney fail to disclose during his reports at the last TC meeting on September 21st, the Bear property case, which was coincidentally held on the same day as the Fair Share housing case on Friday, September 17th? Where is the mediation? I just asked for a few minutes for the statement. Ida, has anyone on this committee ever heard the statement, "Captain is always the last to leave their ship"? That's not what happened on September 1st, 2021. During public comments, the mayor abruptly adjourns the meeting. She scattered out of the meeting and which should have been canceled due to the safety and the well-being of all, as Ms. Eglow and Ms. Miggins stated, how they were affected by the dangerous and very serious conditions. And I'm glad that you are here all tonight. Not at the fault of a member of a public, but rather the mayor leaving behind our BA, our township clerk, Millburn Fire Department, Millburn Police Department, to sail that ship. This is the first time I've ever experienced an absentee mayor. The real heroes here are Mr. McDonald, Ms. Gotti, the Millburn Fire Department, the Millburn Police Department. September 2nd, the CID Executive Director, who I've never had the opportunity to meet personally, was directed by residents to visit Upper Millburn Avenue. The closest he's gotten to our business was ironically just under the Upper Millburn Avenue sign in front of Schultz Blaustein's. On September 3rd, first responders made their way to Upper Millburn Avenue. Well, days before, my husband not only dealing with our own flooding, but assisting our neighbors with generators and pumps. On September 7th, I appreciate the visit by Committeewoman Niggins and Committeeman Wasserman. It was unfortunate that we didn't have an opportunity to talk, but I do appreciate you stopping by. We can't forget to remember the generosity of the amazing community. However, as a business owner, we should be ready for all types of situations. Thank you for your gracious time tonight. Be safe. Thank you. Good night. Thank you, Ms. Urso. Does anyone else would like to make a public comment tonight? And we have some people on the phone.
Jay Morielli, 1 Claremont Drive. I'd like to start by applauding the Township Committee on their efforts to help impacted businesses from the flood. So kudos to all there. But tonight I'd like to talk about the noise ordinance that was discussed a few weeks ago. This past June, the Township Committee passed an ordinance which eliminated a requirement that a restaurant which opens within a few feet of residential housing get zoning board approval before opening. The purpose of the prior requirement was to allow the zoning board to determine whether the positive impact of restaurant out to the town outweighed the negative impact to nearby residents. The zoning board would take into account noise, odors, how waste was managed, rodent abatement, garbage, and other concerns before rendering a decision. With respect to the new ordinance, there was no committee formed with public participation to solicit input from residents. Commercial landlords, however, were very much aware of the new ordinance as it was proceeding. During the Township Committee hearing, over 20 residents spoke against the new ordinance. One committee member said, if 100 residents object to something, I will sit and meet with them. Well, 70 residents signed a petition and not a single committee member met with them before voting. The committee passed the ordinance without a single no vote. Now, some of the same residents have asked the Township Committee to pass a common sense noise ordinance, which exists in over 100 townships in New Jersey, is the state of New Jersey noise ordinance, and has been widely adopted outside of New Jersey. We residents are asking for a replacement to the protection previously afforded by the zoning regulation and the common sense of the zoning board. For those that say this noise ordinance will impact residential parties, the answer is simple. Just say that the noise ordinance pertains to commercial businesses. It's that easy. I understand the Township Committee, I understand now that the Township Committee does not support the proposed noise ordinance. I ask the committee members to reconsider their views on this and act in the interest of residents that have lost protections previously afforded through the zoning board. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to make a public? And Ms. Kizar, I'd just like to welcome you back. We've missed you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Janet Pizar, 186 Main Street in Millburn. I'd like to address the issue of dogs in Taylor Park. And I am of the mind that the prohibition of dogs in Taylor Park should remain. I have very strong feelings about this. Some of you might not know, but I'm a third-generation resident in Millburn. I've seen a lot of changes over the years. And growing up in Millburn, there were no apartments on Main Street, none whatsoever. There were big old homesteads that had wonderful front lawns and backyards. And today, those big old houses are gone and there are apartment buildings. And there are children that live in those apartment buildings and they don't have a backyard. They have a macadam parking lot. So Taylor Park, which is right in that vicinity, is the open space that these children need to run and play and get their energy out and learn the motor skills that they need. They should be able to do somersaults and cartwheels and all of that. And I don't think it really is conducive for children to enjoy the park in the open space, knowing that dogs have had access to those spaces. I also think you have to remember that the park is used for activities such as Easter egg hunts, the 4th of July events that is held there, Memorial Day events that are held there. And I am really of the mind that the park is for the residents and especially the children. The dogs have a dog park right up in the reservation, the South Mountain Reservation, that is specifically for dogs. I think the parks need to remain specifically for children and people. I think it's a health concern. And I am a dog lover. I am a dog owner. And I know dogs love walks and they love new stimulation, new sights, new sounds, and they can go anywhere on public streets or sidewalks for that pleasure. But I think the parks have to be maintained for the children primarily. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to make a public comment?
Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart Avenue. Public safety is the most important duty of an elected body. I have to concur with Ms. Urso that we were put in a very precarious position. That meeting should never have been held. I'd like to know what's going to be done to prevent that from occurring again, and that the leader of the elected body not run out and leave everybody to figure it out for themselves here. I'd like to set the record straight. Committeewoman Prupus stated tonight she wants to be open and transparent as possible. I've been coming to your meetings since January 5th when you took over as mayor. You have been as oppositional and deterrent to the public as anyone I've ever witnessed chairing a public meeting. You have made it impossible for members of the public to weigh in whatsoever in all actions and legislating this committee has done in your entire tenure. You shut this down as soon as people voiced opposition to your agenda. You've ignored entire neighborhoods, Glenwood, Glen Avenue, et cetera, who have come to oppose ordinances devaluing their property and quality of life. You have acted unilaterally against residents' interests and entirely in favor of developers and landlords to the detriment of our residents. Let's talk about flooding. Yours and Ms. Eglow's performance this evening belonged at the paper mill. Both of you did nothing in your entire tenure about flooding. There are 2 sentences in the entire body of minutes for this year regarding flooding. Now that this has happened, all of a sudden it's a priority. I guess there's an election coming up. You want us to believe that that's your priority? Your priority was to give your campaign donors, developers, a return on their contributions to you. You have done nothing for the residents of this town. I don't trust the motivations behind this, and I think you're trying to salvage this 5-0 Democrat monopoly on the Township Committee with this performance this evening. That is my honest belief. I'd like to ask Mr. McDonald, what is the status of the illegal operation of the Upper Millburn Italian restaurant? And when is that going to be resolved? It's a slap in the face to all of us law-abiding businesses and residents to watch that continue with no explanation other than I'm waiting for the lawyers to let me know what to do. Talk about conflicts. Mayor Prupus, you are replete with conflicts. You had a huge conflict in voting on the SID ordinance over a year ago. Look at the grants and the IDA money. Your landlord, I believe, got some sort of grant to do whatever it is, power washing of the building. A SID board trustee got money too. There's conflicts all over the place. You have been deferential to a downtown property owner who has lawsuits against the town, yet you will not meet with Jeff Feld for that reason, but you will meet with him.
Thank you, Ms. Pasternak, for your
Conflicts,
comments.
a lot of
Thank you very,
conflicts.
very
This is gonna fall over. I don't know what's going.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to make comment? All right, we're gonna go to the phone. We're gonna go to the Zoom. I'm gonna go to the Zoom. Do you want to do anything else? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Cosgrove, we can hear you.
Yes, David Cosgrove, 99 Oakview. Good evening. 2 comments really on 2 subjects. I'd like to join with Mr. Morial's comments about the noise ordinance and ask you folks to really get that moving. Last weekend, I had a problem again with the boxcar. And as you think of these things, and obviously that's commercial, to Mr. Vignayak's comments about residents. But please keep in mind that, you folks are the ones, all 5 of you, that have voted in this expanded dining option that ends up being outdoor rock concerts in my neighborhood. So please push and let's get that noise ordinance done. The second comment I had really is a question. Committeeman Wasserman, when he was presenting the 2 settlement-related documents tonight, mentioned that he was concerned about penalties and fines if you folks did not vote tonight to accept those 2. And I'm curious as to what those fines and penalties are that he was worried about. And also curious as to how those ended up in the settlement agreement. So those were the 2 questions, if you could answer, please. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Hello. Oh, there we go.
Hi.
Good
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, hi, it's Tracy Katz Levine, 10 Norwood Terrace, Millburn. I'm a 25-year resident of Millburn and a big supporter of small business in our town and a very proud member of the board of Explore Millburn Short Hills, the Special Improvement District. I just wanted to share that it was great to hear Steve's presentation tonight and really appreciate the merchants all coming out as well. I think, as you can see, the infrastructure for the relaunch SID has really been established over the past year and especially strengthened in these past 5 months since Steve came on board. His years of experience in the field is exactly what we have needed to be a truly best-in-class SID. And thankfully, we had that in place when Hurricane Ida hit. And so I really want to thank Steve and also Marla Itzkin, our marketing director, for virtually working around the clock in those days after the storm and to rally resources and all of that. It was just amazing also seeing the community come out. And certainly, as Steve said, we heard so quickly that people wanted to not only help hands-on, but also help financially with businesses. So really proud that we were able to get the fundraising campaign up within 24 hours. And also by having the 501c3 designation, that enables all the donations to be tax exempt of those $140,000 donations. And just the community outpouring was really amazing. Everything from 5th graders making bracelets to high school teachers and classes helping the mud ball, as we know, that's coming up. So it just was really amazing. And I want to say thank you to the Township Committee for approving the $220,000. I was so thankful to know that there was a source of emergency funding. And certainly if there was time for a need of emergency funding, this was that time. You know, as you heard the request from over 70 businesses whose livelihood is really depending upon this help. And these businesses are an integral part of our town, and a thriving town definitely benefits all of us. So I just want to really mostly say thank you for that support. We are definitely all Millburn strong, and we will continue to move toward recovery and being even stronger. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levine.
Hello?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, hi. Beatrix Shear, 101 Oakview Terrace, Short Hills. I did email all the members of the Township Committee about roof decks, which didn't come up at tonight's meeting, and also about neighborhood and other public participation in planning for the construction of the Silverman project at Woodland and Chatham Roads. The planning board resolution apparently is coming up tomorrow night. So I think it's important that the public and especially the neighbors be kept informed and be heard, and that what they're saying and action be taken to protect the Glenwood neighborhood. But I also want to mention, or I also want to talk about the curb cut loading zone, that it may be that the Silverman people think is going to be their loading zone. The proposed curb cut on Woodland Road in a place where no parking is permitted. Now, so tonight the township passed an ordinance that at least one parking space will have to be provided as a loading zone, I believe, for multi-unit dwellings, residential buildings in the township. But I'm still concerned about the Silverman project having no loading zone and possibly expecting the town to give it part of the township sidewalks to use as a loading zone. What I'm hoping is that Silverman cannot have that curb cut, cannot throw its loading zone out to into a no parking area on Woodland Road unless the township agrees. But I don't want the developer to be able to say it was relying on having this part of the township sidewalk. So what I'm asking is that the town make clear to the Silverman Development Company that it is not going to approve the use of township sidewalk on Woodland Road for this curb cut loading zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Odarka.
Hi, how are you doing? I had a couple questions. One is, I wanted to say about Taylor Park and the dogs. Have you considered where there are places in our, that children can go that are dog free? I mean, I think there's children who have anxiety about dogs, children that have been bitten by dogs, adults that are also in that situation. And there goes my battery. You know, that I'm a little concerned about Taylor Park. I also think that doing a pilot across the winter months might be deceiving, because basically that's not high use time during the park. So I think the problems may show up, may not show up unless you do them across at least portion of the summer. So doing a wintertime pilot may not give you a very good picture. So that's what I want to say about Taylor Park. I have another concern, and that is, I'm really glad the SID raised all this money, but I want to point out to the town council that when they're doing that fundraising, it was not clear that that money was only available to businesses in the SID, to the exclusion of some businesses. And of course, the exclusion of almost all businesses run by women in their homes and basements, many of whom have had damage from this storm. And today, you guys approved additional monies also isolated to that group of people. I just thought I would point that out, because in today's deliberations, and even when Tracy just spoke about that exact money, that was not made clear to anybody. And I think most people don't really understand that yet. The third thing I want to say, and I know we're running short on time, is that I'm a little surprised by what happened here at the meeting regarding the flood committee. I did volunteer for that committee. I do have an engineering degree. I have no personal interest. I don't live in a flood zone. I'm a little surprised because some of the people that were mentioned that are on the committee do have personal interests in being in the committee. And I thought that was a little odd. I wouldn't think it was odd if there was lots of people that did not have a personal benefit to get from the results of the flood committee. But that concerns me a little bit. I don't need to be on the committee, less work for me, but I think it's interesting that we're choosing business owners to be on the committee rather than residents. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to make a public comment? Sure. Yes?
Hi, Kerry Heller, 56 Byron Road. I really just came tonight to support Steve and the funding of the downtown businesses. I'm also going to acknowledge the courtyard. We received funds in the event that there is a resident here who seems to find offense to anything that I may do. We will contribute those funds to our tenants, many of which are approved and not necessarily funded, but anything having to do with flood mitigation for them in their basements is something that we put back into the tenants and into the building. Regarding the flood mitigation committee, I think the township committee has things a little misguided. I don't need to serve on that committee. I've worked from the outside in this town for 30 some odd years, whether it's getting certain people elected in the town, supporting certain causes, being one of the initial people to help start the special improvement district back in 1992, 93. I can work from the outside the same way the woman just spoke. I was going to serve at the request of the township committee. because I have something to offer. Let me just throw a few things at you. I own the piece of property that's the headwaters of the West Branch of the Rahway River. I'm going to guess no one on this township committee, other than someone I've been told, has any idea where that is. Does anyone on this township committee know what occurred in West Orange as the water passed from the headwaters through the South Mountain Reservation and before what occurred on Pleasant Valley Way and the Francis Burn Golf Course? Does anyone know anything about stream encroachment? And that goes, Mr. Vinayak. I have no idea what caused your vote to be tabled tonight, but if you think you know something about stream encroachment and DEP, and you want to get that field developed, which happened to be a big soccer guy, big field guy, you should cause people to be on that committee who can educate you as to what's going to be required that was not required when the field was constructed on Old Shadles Road. It needs to have stormwater detention underneath the field. It's going to be a very laborious process. So if you don't want me, I don't know why, I've never met you. Maybe you have another reason to have tabled it tonight. Richard, all I can say is small. Maggie, I have no idea. I have no idea if it was me or something else. But Tara, Diane, on behalf of the community, this is enormously needed. It's not a downtown issue. I grew up on Locust. I know all those houses. I went through that whole area the morning after. I was out all night long. I saw what happened in South Orange, Montclair, Bloomfield, all properties that were impacted by me. There's nobody who knows more than I do, maybe Rich Keller, but as a resident, as a property owner, I serve at your bequest, and I don't need to be on the committee. And if you need to move this forward to benefit the community, remove me or whoever the other gentleman was. I don't know him, I know his name, but do whatever is necessary to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to make public comment tonight? Public comment is now closed. Does any member of our professional staff or member of the township committee want to make any comments in regards to any of the questions or comments that were made during the public comment period?
I have one question for Ken. I know that Mr. Cosgrove called in with a couple of questions in terms of the settlement agreement. Could you just speak to his question, which was I brought up during during the resolution, that the town faced certain fees if we did not pass the ordinance tonight. Could you just address that a little bit?
Well, yes, I'm generally aware of that.
Yeah.
I don't have the settlement agreement with me, and I will. Don't have the settlement agreement with me, but I will take a look at it and extract from it for you and for everybody the provisions that relate to those fines, because I was told this evening or earlier in my conversations with Mr. Buzak that we're at the deadline for the enactments and that we're on time, and upon the failure of the committee to act, it could expose the township, as I said, to potential fines.
And
thank you.
If the committee recalls, also on September 1st was the original deadline in the settlement agreement. The developers allowed for an extension of that to this date. So,
And if we didn't pass that resolution, we faced. I'll leave it to Kit to get back to us on that. But I just wanted to answer Mr. Cosgrove's question.
One other thing about that, Mr. Cosgrove talked about the boxcar and noise. The noise ordinance is till 10, is that not correct?
yes. And certainly, again, if there's an issue with the noise, Mr. Cosgrove should call the non-emergency police number, have them enforce, and certainly, again, that's the proper route to take. And I'm sure the police department will go out and have a conversation with the owners of the boxcar if they have live music out there, if they have a door open or something that's causing that. That's the route that it should take, and perhaps even issue them a summons if they don't comply.
But
So
I just want to be clear, up until 10 o'clock, is that correct?
yes,
Okay.
to my knowledge, yes.
Anybody else have comment?
Sure. Mr. Morale, I believe some of the reasons that that noise ordinance didn't pass because there were some people up here, including myself, who didn't want to make certain changes. So it wasn't just taking that model noise ordinance because I believe Mr. Vinayak wanted the time later. Can't remember even what my objection was. I just know that it wasn't going to be passed as the model ordinance. So we decided what we have was strong. So we can revisit it. We can talk about it. To Ms. Pizar who left and to Adakar, dogs will be on the paths. Right now, the grass is completely covered with geese, which will be coming down, I suppose, anytime from Canada soon. So I'm sure that many people who live in those apartments have dogs. Residents have been asking this for a long time. The dogs, as it stands, we know there are dogs constantly at every event we have in this town. There are so many dogs all over the neighborhoods. I don't think that would be a reason not to allow this to go forward. To our DARCA, if people had basement businesses, then they go to FEMA, because FEMA is just for residential areas. And to Ms. Pasternak, we have been talking about flood mitigation for 30 years, and the mayors have been going down to Washington, D.C. to lobby for over 10 years. We have a lobbying group. I went down twice. Then obviously because of COVID, they weren't going down there. If a crisis happens and that causes us to form a committee, it's not because somebody's up for re-election, it's because it's needed now. I am very disappointed in my committee members who chose to table this because it is a crisis situation and we want to help our businesses and our residents. And this is a way to start moving that forward, getting this out of the stalemate we've been in for so long. So I am hoping, and to Mr. Heller's point, I am aware of your knowledge. And that is why I was advocating to have you put on this committee, to share your knowledge with us from being inside at the meetings. So for anybody who is personally going to hold vendettas for whatever reason against people who haven't been their partners, their friends, their running mates, it's not in the best interest of the town. Mr. Vinayak, I don't know how long you've lived in New Jersey, how long you've lived in this town, but for you not to support the town that you live in now, when you talk about, wanting to be part of this neighborhood for the future generations, this is for the future generations. And I am so disappointed. Maggie, you've sold many houses that have flooded. I don't know what your responsibility is to those people, but for you not to let this committee move forward is just puzzling. And I think that was all the notes. Yeah.
Does anyone else have any?
Mr. McDowell, do you have the numbers on the animal control? And
Yeah,
what
those
happened to
were
employees?
one of the things I was going to comment on.
Okay. Maybe you go ahead on that and then I'll finish up.
Sure. So the township has, we went out to contract for animal control. We had two animal control officers, Joe Bielski and Ralph Bass, who are now working in the Department of Public Works. Through attrition, we were able to provide those positions to those two individuals when we outsourced animal control. Animal control contract is with Animal Control Solutions. It came in at about $15,000 between vehicle, overhead and personnel. We are probably saving we're just around $250,000 between salary and wage and vehicle overhead and things like that. As a result, now our contract, you will see a change order on the next, meeting as a result of this zombie deer disease or the mites. We are spending quite a bit of money to make sure that we can take those out of residents' yards without a charge to the residents. So there will be a change order on that, but still that contract will be well below what we had previously been spending.
And the $15,000 for 6 months.
That's correct.
From July to the end of the year.
That is
So it's
correct.
probably going to be 30. And then if you add more on the deer,
Yeah.
it could be a little bit more, but still a substantial saving without jeopardizing the service in the town. Everything that we were providing with the animal control department in-house, we're still doing that. So they did not lose their job and we still have the service while saving the money. Secondly, Mr. Heller, thank you for coming. There is no personal agenda here. I think what happened here was very childish. It shouldn't have been happened this way. And All I can say is there is always a way to request or to go in a democratic way of getting the vote in. I don't think that was done here today. So too bad it didn't pass, and I hope it gets passed and proper request and proper union gets made. It's a teamwork. It cannot be just one person's steamroll and say, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do it my way. It doesn't happen that way. Sorry. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Just one real brief one, to Ms. Urso's point. She had asked the question of when we outsourced meter collection. As you recall, we used to have a gentleman in town named Billy Pollock who helped with the meters. When he retired, we outsourced to Eastern Armored, who is a company that helps collect our coins anyway. And it kind of it eliminates a step, because what we used to do is collect the coins, bring them in, bag them up. They would take, then Eastern Armored would take them and count them. Now they take them straight away, provide us a count and all of that. So that was done in 2020, just for Ms. Urso's reference.
So do you have something to say?
I just wanted to follow up on one thing.
Sure.
Alex, with the deer, so if a deer dies in somebody's yard, who takes it away?
Animal Control Solutions takes it to the roadway.
And then what happens?
And then we have a deer carcass removal who will come out within 48 hours to pick up the deer from the roadway.
And that's from DPW, or that's a separate
company as well?
Yeah, because I also spoke to neighbors that 48 hours, if there's a dead deer there, the 48 hours is actually, kind of a long time for it to have a deer deteriorate.
As I reported at the last meeting, they have from September 1st to September 15th in normal times, they pick up 150 deer. This year, they've picked up 950 deer in that same amount of time. So people are just going to have to be patient. It's going to happen.
Right. Okay.
So I'm a little confused what the next steps of the flood mitigation advisory committee. Will the three of you be interviewing people? What's your plan?
I think we should go into closed session on it.
Yeah, I agree. I think we can work this out in closed session. I think there are some things that there's some ideas that we could bring forth to strengthen the process. I don't think anything here tonight was to not do this, because I think that there's a very, very strong reason to do it. I think that it makes a lot of sense, but I think that.
Okay, closed session, right?
Yeah.
I heard. Okay, so my next question is,
Schedule.
you close session and then, do you want to sit on the flood mitigation advisory
Absolutely,
committee?
yes.
You do. Do you?
Absolutely.
Do you?
Sure.
And do you?
Sit on the committee?
Yeah. So how does one then, how will we just kind of get into a room and will we do this by consensus of voting?
Yeah, you can again talk in the closed door. I'm not ready to talk here.
Wait, you don't want to let the public know about what your idea is?
That is your thought
about-
process, not my thought
I'm
process.
asking you, so
I'm
you don't
not
want to
saying
talk
anything.
anymore about it. No.
That's right.
You don't want to talk about it anymore tonight.
That's right.
You want to go into closed session, have this conversation behind closed doors.
I think that's pertinent.
Like we normally do for a lot of issues, we go into closed session to discuss.
Did we do that for the SID?
Well,
When you put together the SID
if you
board?
would have requested, I would have done that.
Did you request that? Anyway, I don't want to get off track. We've been here for a very long time.
Okay,
I just want to say 5 hours. I will be here at 8 o'clock on Thursday morning for the community. If anyone would like to come talk about flood mitigation, you can join me here.
I'd like to say one quick thing then. That means all the committees that were formed this year
Yeah.
that I found out.
Yeah, we didn't do that.
Yeah,
Not this year.
we didn't, none of that. So the DPW committee, the committee.
Right.
So all those things moving forward,
Way.
we're going to say there will always be full township committee to decide who's going to sit on what committee, what residents were going to be on a committee, and it's not going to be 3 people vying 1, 2, 3 for the mayorship next year and pattying favors, because this is really let's be honest, it's
It'll
what's
all
happening.
be in closed session.
Oh, they're all being closed
All
session.
committees will now happen in closed session, correct?
No, that's not what I.
Oh, not, okay, anyway, motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Done.
Second.